Alrighty, well, welcome to this week's Talk About Ask Us Anything. It's been a big week this week with announcements, openings, construction, and a little TV show called Flashpoint. Don't know if anyone's seen it. What I thought we might do, actually, what we might just do at the very start is just to welcome some new faces. That's probably a good idea initially. So if anyone that's new, if you can please put your hand up. Jason, welcome. And Yvonne. So Jason, tell us briefly, which Model 3 have you got?
I've got a Model 3 long range, picked it up the week of lockdown in July.
Cool.
And so 2,000, just over 2,000 Ks already on the clock. And yeah, loving it.
Fantastic, fantastic. Yvonne, your model, you're muted, sorry, there.
Hi, sorry, I'm just trying to work out how to get this all set up. Hello, hi, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'm wrong, Yvonne, sorry, there's two Yvonnes, one with a Y and one with an E. Sorry, Yvonne with an E, I was referring to the Yvonne with a Y. But I'll get to you right
No worries.
I'll go in reverse alphabetical order. So Yvonne with a Y.
I have a Model 3 Standard Range Plus, put it in December 2019, done about 12,000 Ks. That was a US made one, which I guess we make that distinction now with the new ones coming out of Shanghai. So yeah, it's been great.
Awesome, absolutely. And I'm certain that your biggest regret was not getting it sooner.
Well, to be honest, I ordered it April Fool's Day, the day that you could first. So I waited 3.5 years, and then when it came in, and the cost was a bit higher than I was expecting, so I was kind of justifying it to myself at the time. So it took another month or so to work it out, and they were only offering black at that stage for the base colour. So once they changed that to white, and I spoke with a few people, yeah. So I could have had it sooner. That's the long way of saying that.
Cool, awesome. Now, Yvonne with an E, welcome.
Thank you very much. It sounds like everyone's kind of doing introductions, but I'm one of the people that don't own an EV yet. So I've just joined in just to listen to the chat and learn more about the Teslas.
Awesome. We'll have a special segment just for you, Yvonne. We'll explain to you exactly why you ought to buy an EV. So we'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. Anyone else who's a new face? I think Russell, you might be new.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm due to pick up mine in a couple of weeks.
Fantastic.
I guess I just want to hear what people are saying, what to expect. I guess I don't really have any questions. I've done a lot of reading, but you never know what you might pick up.
Cool. We've got a lot of things, a lot of tips and tricks we can give you. This show is going to be slightly different because we're going to feature the Flashpoint broadcast. We'll rebroadcast just the EV bits, which won't take too long. It's about 15-16 minutes. And then we'll have a quick discussion about that. And then we can get into questions and other things proper straight after. So feel free to dip in and out as you please. Now we've got everyone else, I think, is the same. Zoom user, welcome, whoever you are, but welcome to the show anyway.
That's Carmen, I think.
Oh, right, okay. Well, welcome back, Carmen. All right, I think we might get into this thing straight up. What I'll do is I'll actually mute everyone, and if you can please, while it's on, just stay muted so everyone can hear properly until the end of the show. And like I said, it'll only take a bit over 15 minutes. So just bear with me for 2 seconds.
The cars of the future versus the cars everyone's driving. These ones are fancy. They're fast and fuel-free. And no, sadly, it probably won't be a Porsche. But most of you will be driving an electric vehicle one day. The question is when? And what's stopping you from buying one? It could be the petrol heads and the ordinary drivers who just love the sound and the feel of what they know. And there's someone else, the government. They won't convince you, even though they know electric cars are the future. The problem is, fuel excise will disappear. Right now, you pay about 40 cents a litre in tax every time you fill up. They're still trying to work out how to tax you, as it risks losing a whopping $2 billion a year. So until that's solved, you won't see charging stations everywhere. But you need to demand it, and demand incentives. And tonight, we may even convince the rev heads that this is the future. Dispelling the myths on costs, power, efficiency, charge time, where you can charge them, servicing and energy. Like, are these cars really clean? Welcome to Flashpoint. Good evening. There is no doubt that they are coming and the world is getting on with it. 1 in 20 new cars sold in China is electric. The UK will ban new sales of petrol cars from 2030, while California has mandated that by 2035. But Australia is nowhere close to those targets. So is enough being done to pave the way for the future? Joining us on our Flashpoint panel tonight, Chief Executive Officer of the Motor Trade Association of WA, Stephen Moyer. Pete Petrovski from the Tesla Owners Club of WA. Managing Director of Future Smart Strategies, Professor Ray Wills, and General Manager of Corporate Affairs at RAC, Will Goldsby. Also tonight, why is WA so far behind the rest of the nation and the rest of the world? The Minister joins me to discuss WA's electric car policy. Pete Rosethorn hits the streets in the hunt for a charging station. I'll ask you first, Will. How many electric cars do we currently have on the roads here in WA?
Well, there's around 1,200 electric cars on the roads in WA and around 14,500 nationally. So the only way is up for the electric car.
The state and federal governments will tell you that they're doing a lot to pave the way for electric vehicles. Is that a lie?
We think nationally we're lagging behind the rest of the world, and in WA we're lagging behind the rest of the nation. So clearly we need to do much more. We want a nationally coordinated approach to electric vehicles. We're seeing all the other states move to implementing strategies. They're not only just about the EV, they're also about the incentives around EV, charging stations, and we're not there yet.
Pete, you're a very proud Tesla owner, like a kid in a candy shop when you get into that car. Why did you embrace electric vehicle technology?
For me, it was just plainly obvious there was a superior product to the alternative. It's a car with no compromises, and I'm referring to safety, performance, reliability, the environment, the convenience. As I said, it's the safest car on the road. There is no car that comes anywhere near the safety rating of the Model 3.
Stephen, I know you don't share that kind of enthusiasm for the electric vehicle. Why not?
I think Will's right. We are so far behind the rest of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, in Europe, for instance, they have over 200 different models, and around 38 of those are priced between $30,000 and $60,000.
Yep.
In Australia, we have 28 models, and only 8 are valued under $60,000. So, I mean, one of the reasons we're not seeing a take-up is there's simply no choice in the marketplace, and it's the federal government that really needs to look. About 80% of the international car markets have a carbon system in place that penalises manufacturers for bringing petrol and diesel cars in, and they can offset that against electric. We haven't even started to think about that, and that's our big issue. In the last election campaign, Scott Morrison famous accused the then opposition leader of trying to take away people's weekends by saying electric vehicles couldn't tow a boat, like you couldn't go camping in them. Was he right? No, they're very misinformed, and he really needed to go back and have a look at the facts behind electric cars. They can do a great deal more than what we were saying, but governments are setting what I see as ridiculous targets. I mean, the EU have just said that by 2035 there will be no registered petrol or diesel cars on the market. Now, there's 250 million cars in the European Union right now, and we've got 11 years to make the shift. For me, it just seems a little bit unachievable. We need to make the moves, and you do need to have targets, but they've got to be realistic.
Ray, are those ridiculous targets sometimes necessary to spur people into action?
They are, and for the most part, in my view, they're conservative. We're going to do it faster than that, not
Is that
slower.
right?
Yes.
Well, in the UK and in California, those sorts of places?
Yeah, the reason being that we are every year getting to a cheaper price point in vehicles.
Yeah.
My view and published view is that by 2023 in Australia, we will actually reach price parity with electric vehicles to ICE vehicles, which means that there's the same ticket price. At that point, we see a switch point in which car makers who make cars will say, I don't want to build another diesel and have it sit in a paddock. I'm going to build an electric car instead.
Yep.
And so the consequence of that is we're actually moving to a more rapid transition. As certain as death and taxes, EVs will arrive faster.
Are we going to see, though, if we get that sort of flood of EVs here, queues at charging points?
90% of us don't go that far. So 90% of us can recharge at home with, if you've got somewhere to plug a kettle in, you can charge an electric car. And most of us will get home at night and simply recharge overnight when actually energy prices are actually really cheap. And as a consequence, we'll walk out the next morning and the car will be full again.
Well, can you tell us about some of the incentives that other Australian states are talking about?
There's lots of things the other states are doing right now. A lot of their strategies is about infrastructure, but it's about incentives. It's around reducing rego fees, capping rego fees. There's ideas around cheaper parking for EVs. All the other states are releasing them. We have a bit of a stronger focus on infrastructure, but incentives need to come into the market. We need to bring the EVs. We know the demand is there. We know it's growing. The barrier has shifted from range anxiety to cost, and incentives are a huge part of allowing the community to embrace EVs and bring them into the market.
Should our government, state or federal, or both, be offering rebates, just straight up rebates for people who want to invest in that technology?
Well, we think it's a broader mix than just rebates. I mean, that's one lever to pull. Ultimately, for us, this is about cleaner and healthier air for current and future generations as well.
Pete, if you don't mind me asking, how much tax or stamp duty did you pay on your car?
Way too much, Tim.
Yeah.
I'll give you another example. The top model Tesla Model S Plaid, if you were to buy that today, you would pay about $56,000 in taxes.
Just in tax?
Just in tax.
And what's the drive away price of one of those?
It's an expensive car, okay? So fair enough. But when we're talking about cars or electric cars, let's not focus on the upfront cost, because that's not the right way to look at it. You need to look at it in terms of the total cost of ownership. And if you look at it that way, you'll probably find that if you were to buy a Tesla Model 3 Standard Range Plus versus an average $40,000 car in Australia, after only about 3 years, once you take depreciation into account, once you take into account fuel costs, maintenance, registration, insurance, the whole lot, you'll probably find that you're in front.
Do you agree with those numbers, Stephen? And I know you've got a different take on the clean and green argument too, haven't you?
Well, the clean, look, in Australia, we are still heavily reliant on fossil fuels for energy generation, and that's the big problem. So it's a little bit hypocritical of federal governments particularly mandating targets for the uptake for consumers to buy electric cars when they're still pumping coal and natural gas into power stations. We need to change that as a priority. So that's one of the issues. The running costs in Australia are very different to Europe and the US. The running costs here is about 10 cents a kilometre on average is what's been looked at in difference. Now, you have to do a lot of kilometres. The average car does 15,000. You have to do a lot of kilometres to actually catch up the gap between what a conventional car would be to what the electric model would be. So we need to get the pricing down on electric cars to make them more affordable. My big fear is we don't price out those who can least afford to have a transport option by taxing them for fuel and taxing them for everything else to pay for someone who can afford an electric car.
Ray, to the petrol heads, what would you say to them to try to get them on board?
Look, if they haven't been in a fast Tesla yet, then when they do, they'll never leave one. If they truly love speed and performance, there's nothing that can beat the torque of an electric vehicle. There's absolutely nothing. I think the final point that Stephen I'll address is emissions. Emissions in an electric vehicle are absolutely less than an equivalent ICE car. even in Australia where we do have coal burning, and in particular because every year we're adding solar and wind to our network, and every year the emissions from an electric vehicle recharging off of the standard network is reduced.
Ray, can I ask you, if you were in charge of government policy,
Yep.
what are you going to do?
There's some really simple things. The very first thing I'd do in government is start saying, I'm going to electrify my fleet, because we'd immediately deliver on producing demand for electric vehicles in Australia. You do the same with the bus network. We're still buying diesel buses in WA. That's absolutely nuts. China's got 500,000 of them on the streets. And that's just extraordinary. But we haven't yet taken the opportunity in WA to electrify our bus fleet when we actually replace 90 buses a year, and they're still being replaced by diesel. That's just crazy nuts in my view.
All right, let's get to our guest flashpoints now. The single most important thing that they want you to take away from tonight's conversation. Will, I'll start with you.
We're on the cusp of an EV future. We think the momentum is building, demand's growing, and the barriers are starting to shift. And we ultimately want to have cleaner and healthier air for our current and future generations, but it's going to take real action. So when it comes to EVs, we know the community want to embrace them. We absolutely know the car makers want to supply them. Government just needs to back them.
Pete, your flashpoint tonight?
My advice to anyone looking into an EV is do your own research. Speak to someone that's actually get the information from the horse's mouth. Speak to someone that's actually owned a Tesla for a reasonable period of time. The Tesla Owners Club of Western Australia has 300 members. They're more than happy to share their experiences. And if that still doesn't convince you, rent a car for a week and see how it actually fits in with your family lifestyle, with your personal circumstances. And that way you're making an informed, educated decision based on your circumstances rather than listening to the FUD.
All right, maybe we'll just put your details on our Facebook page, Pete. Stephen, your flashpoint tonight?
Yeah, as a priority, the incoming federal government, because we will have an election in the next 12 months, has to introduce mandatory carbon targets for manufacturers of motor vehicles. Volkswagen have said, and Volkswagen are one of the world's largest producers of electric vehicles, that if the Australian government had carbon targets, they would bring cars into Australia. Right now, there's no incentive for them to do that, so that's why we're not getting product into this country. So they have to start doing that, catch up with the rest of the world.
Thank you. Ray?
Look, I think the one thing is that there is certainty that electric vehicles are arriving now, not tomorrow. We'll have greater choice tomorrow. In 2022, we should expect a lot more models. 2023 is when we'll start to reach price point. Those that need to wait can, and then after that, it's just lay down misère, where we will have electric vehicles and the choice will be there. It's just time to buy. If your time to buy isn't now, then I'd delay your purchase.
Panellists, thanks for your insights. Coming up next on Flashpoint, is our government doing enough? I ask the Minister responsible about our strategy for the future. More on electric vehicles now. Earlier, I caught up with the Minister for Climate Action, Amber Jade Sanderson. Minister, we have less than 2,000 of these registered on WA roads, electric vehicles. Why are they still such a novelty in 2021?
Oh, look, one of the biggest barriers, Tim, to EVs in Western Australia is what we call range anxiety, and that's the very reasonable concern that people are going to run out of charge when they're driving around. There just isn't the charging infrastructure in WA, particularly along the coast. So if you live in a regional community, it's pretty unlikely that you're going to choose an EV. So that's why the state government is making a $21 million investment in chargers all the way up the coast. So essentially those chargers will go from Esperance all the way through Perth up to Kununurra.
Just talking about that investment, I understand from the announcement around November last year, 3 years you set yourself to build those charging stations. What's the progress been?
So far, the utilities have gotten together and put together the business case. That's now going through the budget process.
So we still don't have any yet of those promised?
Those charging stations will go out to tender later this year, and they will progressively be rolled out up to the next 3 years. So it won't be 3 years until we get the first ones. It'll take around 3 years to roll them out. They'll all be the same kind of charging station, and it'll be consistent pricing. So every single station will have the fast chargers. When you're on holiday and you're driving up the coast, you should be able to stop at a small town and charge your car within 15 to 30 minutes.
Are we using range anxiety as an excuse not to be a little bit more proactive in building that infrastructure?
Look, it's a good question. There's a lot of barriers at the moment for EV uptake, and one of those is essentially in Australia, in Western Australia, we don't have a lot of choice. So if you have a family and you need to have 7 seats and you need a bigger car, or you work in a job that requires a larger vehicle, there just isn't the choice. And part of that is because currently the federal government hasn't moved as fast as the rest of the world in our fuel emission standards. And it's those fuel emission standards which drives the electric vehicle market. So essentially we are becoming a bit of a dumping ground for those cars that are high emitting.
So incentives for people to buy an EV, which has been part of the New South Wales plan. We've seen also some figures bandied around for user charges on the road for electric vehicle users. Are they within your scope at all here in Western Australia? Are we going to see incentives for people to take up EVs here?
Well, our number one priority is rolling out the infrastructure for WA, and we're a very unique state because we are so large. Not only is the road system large, but the electricity network is large and complex. So everything that we do needs to be carefully staged so that we're not putting an unnecessary load on the electricity grid and creating other issues at peak times.
I suppose from the Labor perspective, they might think that we're just in no hurry. The rest of the world is leaving us behind. Less than 1% of our new vehicle sales in 2020 was electric. Compare that with about 10% in the UK, Norway, 75%. We are so far behind here, and we need leadership from government at state and federal level. So what can you offer us in terms of, you know, something tangible and proactive that we're going to see in the near future to get us up with the rest of the world?
Well, look, I would agree. We are behind the 8 ball as a nation on electric vehicles, and we have lacked leadership from a Commonwealth level, and that's why the state governments are all stepping into that space. So we are absolutely committed to building this infrastructure, which will provide the spine of the network so that people can have confidence and buy electric vehicles. We'll look in future what other policy mechanisms are available, but right now the biggest barrier is actually being able to charge your vehicle when you're out and about, so that's why we're committing to this infrastructure.
Okay. Minister, thanks for your time.
Well, I've come to Leederville to see if I can find a place to charge my electric car. If I had one, I couldn't even find a PowerPoint and electric lane. That's ridiculous. Let's go and see what people think of electric cars, everyone.
They're futuristic, but I don't know, I still feel like people want to have the good old, stick shift, like the Porsche GT3 RS.
Something with a motor in it.
Exactly.
We were looking at the Tesla, the big Tesla.
Is there a big one?
Wow.
Is there a people mover?
Sort of.
Is there?
Yeah.
How much is that?
Like 150.
You?
Yeah.
Youch. As we buy an old bus.
Yes. Much better idea.
Planning on getting a next car's electric.
How long before you get one?
When the prices come down a bit.
Well, how far down?
Probably 50, 60,000.
How much are you willing to pay for an electric car?
The same amount as I pay for my normal car, but don't see why it has to be more expensive.
I couldn't help but notice you're getting into a high-performance electric vehicle, sir.
Absolutely, yes.
Are you happy with it?
Well, I deliver half of Leederville and I've never come close to running out of electricity.
Would you purchase a car with the same capability?
If I had a spare 100 grand, I'd treat myself to a Tesla, yeah.
Would you buy an electric car next time you buy a car?
Yeah, I would.
Would you?
Yeah.
Would you really?
Why not?
Would you accept the hybrid hose?
Absolutely. Yeah, are you serious? I'd get 900 k's to the tank.
I just want to go fast.
But quietly?
Yeah, because the cops can't hear where we are 5 streets away.
I've met a group of green tradies. This is bullshit.
So there you go.
Well done, Pete.
Well
done, Pete.
Great job. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
So,
Thanks, guys.
so Yvonne with an E, I think you've already heard some of the great reasons why you should be buying an EV, and we'll get to some more of those shortly. Yeah, I mean, I think, we can't thank Pete enough for being on the show and having a great presence. And some of the points with total cost of ownership are just awesome. And that's what people need to hear. That, it isn't about the upfront cost, it's the total cost of ownership and the experience, without compromise. So yeah, it was a great show. And it was big shout out to Channel 7 for basically deciding that EVs are the next thing. And rather than sort of confecting some sort of ICE/EV debate, it wasn't really that at all. It was basically EVs are coming and, everyone needs to get used to it. and well, they're already here. So great show, Channel 7, great performance, Pete.
Harold, can I, sorry, you froze up there, so I missed quite a bit of what you said, but can I just jump in and just, first of all, give a huge, massive thank you to Tokwa and yourself, Harold. So just for everyone else watching, Harold organised this whole thing. I just turned up and tried to look pretty. So a big thank you to you, Harold. Harold was there the whole step of the way as well, and being very supportive too. So during the track, we were there, spent half a day there. Then during filming, there was actually about 25 minutes of recorded conversation, and that obviously got pulled back down to about 4 or 5 minutes. But Harold was there during that whole time, even in makeup before, and then that bit with the minister as well. So Harold organised Jason Stanley's Tesla Model X as well. So just massive thank you, and also just a quick shout out to Rob and Dean as well. So they were my first introduction to this fantastic community. So
on you, Pete, just a little example of the actual back scenes. That's the set there. It's all green. So it's all smoke and mirrors, but it's it was a great session.
First time in a studio was a bit daunting.
I don't know. I was quite relaxed in the green room watching you perform. It was awesome.
Hey boys, can I ask a question?
And
so, yeah, sorry, go, Greg.
Yeah, so they said Amber Jade said 3 years to roll it out. Is there any way we can influence to get that a bit quicker? I mean, it's ridiculous, 3 years to roll this thing out. I mean, EVs are going to be exponential growth. Is there any way we can influence to get that done quicker?
Yeah, absolutely. You can talk to your local member of parliament is a great way to do that, and tell them, well, I was going to say of any political persuasion, but I guess these days, it's just all going to be pretty much the same, unless you're living sort of down south. Talk to your local members of parliament and say you want this sooner.
Yeah, good. I agree. Yep.
Look, it does take a bit of planning, but there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. In fact, that's probably a great time to actually, what actually happened was the very next day after that show went to air on Monday, so on Tuesday morning, the government released their roadmap. Well, it's actually a map, a roadmap of where the charges will be. And they will basically be here. So, as was said, there's going to be a highway from Esperance to Perth to Kununurra. So, when you're looking at things like Sandfire and Pardue Roadhouse, they are all off the grid. So they are much harder to do. That's the purview of Horizon Power, who will be deploying standalone power supplies. So it's battery-backed solar power to provide power for those charging stations. But obviously, your Kununurra, Halls Creek, Fitzroy Crossing, Broome, Port Hedland, Karratha, all the major towns, Exmouth, Carnarvon, on and on, they've got grid power, basically. So Jurien Bay, Geraldton, Kalbarri, all of the major towns could be done quite quickly. Once you've got an actual site, you can install these things very, very quickly.
In fact, Harold Kojanup, so Gemtech, who did the install there, they've put in the infrastructure for a second charger already. So
Sorry, Pete, you're breaking up there a bit, mate.
50 these And so just it should only take less than 3 or 4 weeks to put in, really.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
At Kojonup.
Well,
Pete, can you get Starlink so you don't keep breaking up?
Yeah, that'd be good.
I've actually got a great photo.
I'm on the list. I'm on the list. Oh yeah, that's a good segue too. Yeah.
Yeah. Harold, just to step in there.
So Rob,
when not only do you email or ring your local member of parliament, but email the tourism minister David Temperman. He's a member for Mandurah. We do have some places to charge in the northwest, but they're very slow, and they're falling to pieces very quickly. And we can't wait 3 years for those DC charges to go up there. So email the tourism minister David Temperman and say, David, if you want to call this the road trip state, how about supplying some charges for us quick smart?
couldn't agree more.
Yeah, agreed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And just to be clear also, is this new announcement, this re-announcement from the minister was really just part of the announcement was to tell us that they've delayed the rollout of the network. Because Harold, last time you were on ABC, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, was it Bill Johnson's office that rang in to provide some sort of a guidance on the time frame, which at the time was, from memory, that the network would begin and be finished, the whole rollout would be finished by the end of 2022.
Yeah, it was 2 years, because I sort of, when I was speaking, I said there was no clear end date. And then someone from his office rang in, rang the producers. And yeah, it was said it would be 2 years. And I actually thought 2 years was a bit long.
I think that was Dave Kelly, actually, the ICC minister at the time, who rang into that radio program and said 2 years from then.
And I was told 2 years by RAC.
Yes, so I think they're hedging their bets a little bit with perhaps some of the more difficult sites. Or is that coinciding with the next election, possibly? I think that's about in 3 years.
I was told 2 weeks. It's all going to be.
Oh, Jared.
Jared's on fire. Jared is on fire.
Great public speaking, Peter. Did a great job.
One thing that could speed it up is making sure that Tesla, and Harold, this is your idea, so I'm just saying it, but is making sure that Tesla are aware of when the tender goes out.
Oh yes.
Because if they get their teeth into it and they can build at cost, and they have the desire.
And I liked your post on Twitter, Richard, where you've asked that the tender not be a closed tender.
Yeah. It's only you guys telling me that. It was not my original idea, but yeah, I think that's fundamentally it. Because I didn't even know that could possibly be a thing. But yeah, if Synergy do like a closed tender and Tesla aren't even can't even see it, then we're back to snail's pace.
Can I ask?
But thanks.
Go, Yvonne.
It was both Yvonne. So.
Oh, sorry, Yvonne for why? I'll say Yvonne. I'll say Yvonne.
Yeah, technically
to go Yvonne.
Yeah, call me Yvonne. I don't mind. Does anyone know why Nhtsa don't have more superchargers here? I mean, if you count Williams and Karrinyup, we have 3, and then there's going to be Perth CBD. And then I actually emailed a mock-up from the Nhtsa site to, I think it went to you, Harold. I just did a reply to the advice about this meeting, the Zoom meeting. New Zealand has less than 1/10 of our landmass. They have double our population. They have 12 superchargers with another 3 online. So you might as well call it 15, and we have 4. So I just don't understand why we shouldn't have at least 8 looking at that. And, that northern journey, why
I have a theory that you could probably blame us older S and X owners because we've all got lifetime free supercharging. So there's, if Tesla builds superchargers, they're basically just having to do it and pay for us to charge before there was a big enough number of Model 3s in WA to then actually earn money off of, or at least to get recoup some of the costs. Sorry, say again?
Wouldn't it be the same in New Zealand?
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
Well, what I would argue is that, so Elon has said during one of the end of quarter results, actually it might have been an AGM about a year ago, he said, look, we never have a demand problem, we have a supply problem. But if we want to increase demand in any jurisdiction, all we do is put in a supercharger and then we see the demand flooding in. So you got to ask yourself, why would they not put superchargers in WA? Yet, as Harold just showed on that map, there's plenty of them in the eastern states. And I would argue is because we didn't have the policy settings that would be conducive to Tesla doing anything here in WA.
Well, maybe that's something we need to address as well. But I definitely agree. They should be aware of and be able to, have a chance at supplying the superchargers up the coast, because they've announced they'll open it to all electric vehicles, haven't they? Or are they just talking about the states?
Yeah, it's not clear whether that just applies to Europe and the US, whether that will be the case here in Australia. But just on that point about the superchargers, it was Jason Stanley's, he's one of the TOCWA members. It was his Twitter post that Elon replied to when Jason was asking for three wishes.
Yeah, I saw that. I tweeted Elon with a request about that northern thing, but I don't know if he's seen it. I haven't had a response.
But this is the problem, though, isn't it?
Worked in the past, there's a shot,
But Elon is now the PR department. So it's just, if you can get his attention, maybe something can happen. It's just a ridiculous way of doing it.
Yeah, but you know something that Elon Musk said on the 24th of July 2019 at the Q2 earnings call. He said that, quote, supercharging is incredibly important. You can't just have like 80% of the routes that someone wants to take. You need 100% of the routes, because a car is like really freedom to travel. Anything that inhibits freedom to travel impairs the fundamental value of the product, real or perceived.
And he only needs to look at a map of New Zealand and a map of WA.
Well, Pete, I don't know how much you want to say about your contact with Robin Denholm, who's the chair of Tesla, trying to get her attention to try and get a bit more focus on superchargers. I don't know how far you've got with that, or whether there's anything you want to say.
You must have been reading my mind, because while watching the show, I was thinking I must send a follow-up email, maybe just let her know about the announcement that the locations have now been announced. And as Harold rightly pointed out, some of those will be locations without the grid. So that was so for the benefit of everyone else, Robin Denholm is the chairwoman of Tesla. So Elon used to be the chairman and the CEO, and now he's just the CEO, and she's the chairwoman. She's an Australian, and for some reason I've had a connection with her on one of the social media platforms. So I sent her a email, and she, to my amazement, she replied, which is absolutely fantastic. She said she would forward the request to those concerned. But I must do another follow-up email.
I read somewhere too that they've got, when they install these superchargers, and I don't know if they do it that way here, I don't think they do because there's so few, but they have all the concrete bases and everything like pre-made. So when they actually do an install in somewhere like America or Europe, it's just so fast. They've nailed that part of it.
They can, yeah, absolutely. That's probably a good segue, a brief segue to some developments to the south of us. I'll start it with a photo, which is this one. And that's the Williams supercharger site. Now, before you get too excited, it's not yet fully commissioned. but there are basically 3 stalls, so it's effectively half of the Karrinyup site. And in anticipation of it opening, we've just done a little promo video of it, which goes something like this. Actually, sorry, I'll just stop that for a second. Apologies, I just realised I had to turn the sound on.
We're getting sound, Harold.
Yeah, I actually second guessed myself. Sorry about that. That's
Very good, Harold. There has been some discussion about those concrete stoppers for you to reverse in, that might be too far.
no,
any
I plugged
on that?
No, I plugged in and it was fine. So the only thing that's going to be difficult is
Are they going to tar the ground?
no,
That's free.
no. So when it rains, see those potholes, and on the drone footage you can see puddles sort of towards the street. So when it rains, it'll just be a mud pit. So it's all cool. Now, what you've got to actually do is line up so that your car is basically centered on these barriers, and you go right up until your tires just touch the barrier, which is going to be a bit difficult to get used to because there are no lines sort of guiding you. I reckon they should probably put a line of pavers or something, even chalk, like if they get to, like, you know, tennis court chalk or something, and just put some sort of guidelines, because it'll help greatly.
I like that it's just dirt. I think it's great.
Yeah,
but
I
yeah,
do, but yeah,
Yeah, it should be good when it's raining and full of mud and you put mud back in the car and charge it. That's great.
What
Ken.
about, like,
How's the car washing business going?
You can see my car behind me. It's filthy, you know, and it's got 2 ladders on the roof. It's not a prima donna. It does work.
Lucky we all have full-time four-wheel drives, hey?
Yeah.
The standard range plus. Sorry, there is. Yeah.
Gold. So, is there a problem with the stores there, Harold? Is one not getting the
it's not yet commissioned, so
I mean, is one not getting on with the other 2? Why is there a 6 meter gap between 2 of them?
My OCD kicked in. Horrible.
We might be for trailers, I'm guessing, if you're towing a trailer.
Yeah, what it is, sorry, I'll just grab it in 2 seconds, is
Richard Cooper, where are you?
Actually, Richard sends his apologies. He's giving us the flick for the flicks. he's off at the movies tonight, but he sent his apologies, and he might catch up on YouTube later on.
I thought he'd be on here trying to flog his wheels.
Actually, I've got to thank him. During the week, he put in a swivel screen, a swivel for my screen. So now I can adjust it left and right. So being the gadget man that he is.
He's definitely that.
So Jared, the reason is this tree, which Rob can tell you a little backstory of that tree.
That's been, okay.
Because that tree's there, they basically displaced this last stall to the right.
Right.
As you look to the front of it. So that's why. So basically 2 cars there and one on the other side of that tree.
I'm a bit concerned about that wind turbine, whether it's going to be able to generate enough power.
The point about the trailer is quite good though, because the way it is, you could pull in with the trailer to that third stall, no worries, and not block anyone else.
You could, yeah.
How come the stalls are turned long ways compared to Carrinup, where they're turned to a 90-degree version of that? Why are they set up differently?
They only tend to put him at 90 degrees if they're putting him in tight car parks next to one another. When they've got a more open space, they do tend to install them that way around.
More standing out more.
Because the logo is more visible.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's hope this is a model for the rest of WA.
What I like about it is you could imagine this place in the back of Burke, you know, at some sheep station, you know, basically in the middle of nowhere in a paddock. You know, how awesome would that be?
The thing I'm most worried about is that branches falling into that fan on top of the supercharger and top of the cabinet.
Yeah.
Yes, they are widowmakers. But
oh, come on, people, trees are good.
We've got insurance.
Oh yeah. No problem with trees.
That's definitely good.
So let's not take the bark off that centre tree. That would not be cool.
No, boys, no.
Just a point on that, Harold. Just to remind people that just don't bother going to the Williams Woolshed between 11:30 and 2 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday. You won't even get to park your car there at the supercharger.
Oh, look, I think, to be honest, Rob, we'll probably have to wait and see. You know, I think the Woolshed management is probably fairly motivated to keep those bays open. I know what you mean. You know, they might get a caravan or something that will just park along there. But at least we know where all the people are. They're in the Woolshed, most likely. So it probably wouldn't take much of a shout out to say, hey, whoever's got the Navara with a whatever caravan, can you please move it? Yeah.
That would make you a pretty popular person, I'd say. If you came into the Woolshed shouting,
yeah.
whoever's got that petrol car.
But on the other hand, their kids will be going, oh, Mum, a Tesla, quick, we've got to move.
True.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the disadvantages of having just dirt there, that there's no ground markings to tell people. I mean, there's those red signs, which is good, but they're not exactly prominent. And, you know, as you said, Rob, on a Saturday or a Sunday around lunchtime, on the way back from Coolin, we stopped when we did the Tockwood road trip. We stopped in and we just couldn't even get parking. The place was just overflowing. So yeah, it's going to be a challenge.
Absolutely. Now, earlier on, Pete, you had a bit of a challenge with the internet, and obviously the solution is Starlink. And it's good to see that basically there are 9 shiny balls not too far from Williams, and that's namely in Wagen. That's a 2-point-something metre fence. So when I went down there on Monday, I couldn't get my hands above the fence to take the photos, so I had to stand on the top of my car. And I got to say, I've never stood on a Tesla before. Especially with an all-glass roof and a Model X, but I did it for the good of the team and got the photo. So that's one of SpaceX's. That's their first Western Australian ground station, and there are a couple north of Perth. I forget where they are now, but I think Caterby is one of them, and I think Meriden is the other. And sadly for us, I think they have to wait till Caterby gets done before those of us in Perth can get the dishes that we've ordered. But at least they're making progress. And that sort of gets to the point I think Richard was making before about Tesla being involved in the tender process. Tesla have all the tools and all the equipment and all the technology required to absolutely cover this entire state with superchargers from top to bottom. They've got power packs for battery storage and inverters. They've got solar panels, but you know, they can get them cheaply probably elsewhere. They've got the supercharger stalls. As Elon has said, they've got the billing system. You just need a Tesla app. They've got the communications. So if you're in Sandfire, or even worse, you know, literally in the middle of nowhere, they can use Starlink as the form of internet, which means you could then tether your phone off a hotspot at the charging location. And that's effectively somewhat in-house. And you know, the coverage in the middle of nowhere would be absolutely gigabit, or at least 100 or dozens of megabits per second coverage. So
to that end as well, Harold, you might remember a few months ago I wrote to Amber Jane Sanderson, and she forwarded my email on to Bill Johnson, who did give me a long reply. But the premise of my letter was contact Tesla and do a deal with them to roll out superchargers. And yeah, the response essentially was, we're not going to favour any one contractor. But then it just comes back to the argument about closed tender. So, but you know, they were responsive with my letter, so you know, it does work.
Well, imagine if Tesla just said, well, we've just built 3 250 kilowatt fast DC chargers in Williams, and we can open that up to anyone. In fact, Williams is one of the locations on the map, as well as Kojonup. So Williams is absolutely on the map right there. So, and Bunbury, well, yeah, that's interesting because really you've already got Treendale for the ChargeFox RAC network, and you've got Eaton for Tesla, and you've got Williams done for Tesla as well. So
yeah, that was my thought as well when I saw that map. There's a few double ups, but there's a big gaping hole off to the right of your mouse there.
Yeah. In fact, yes, that's right. I mean, one good thing is Tokwa's fast DC charger is in Geraldton at the moment, and clearly we will move that to somewhere else where none of these icons are. So a logical place might either be in the inland route, or perhaps in the western.
Well, there's still Katanning in the middle of that lot there.
Katanning's done. That's got a fast DC charger.
Yeah, I know, but Katanning, there's a few extra fast chargers that aren't on this map that already exist. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
So there's Katanning and Lake Grace in that big white spot in the middle, but off to the right, there's not a great lot.
You don't have Hayden. There's a couple of missing bits there. I think at this point it might be a good time to just throw to some questions. Before anyone asks any questions, there's a couple of things I try and remember every week. One of the big ones is, provided you bought your car in your own name, so in other words, not a business name, one of the greatest savings you can make on, if you've got a standard Synergy power tariff, the standard flat rate 29 cents per unit, the first thing you should do once you receive your car is just Google Synergy EV tariff, and you'll find the link. It's high in the results. Click on it and then apply to Synergy for what they call the EV tariff. What that basically does is it gives you about a 30% discount for your house's entire power usage between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. So that's one of the best things you can do. Now, if you've got a standard solar tariff, as in you've got a feed-in tariff, it doesn't affect it. It's only affecting the consumption of your house between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. The only thing, as Pete has said before on other shows, is the only fine print is if you've got an old legacy mixed rate tariff, a grandfathered one, obviously the EV tariff won't be superior to that. But one great thing about the EV tariff is there is no sting in the tail. You don't get charged a higher rate for other times during the day. You only just get a discount. The only caveat is you must have bought your car in your own name. If you've bought it in a business name, unfortunately, Synergy don't allow that, or don't give you the tariff.
Yeah, there's really hardly any downside. The only very small risk is there'll be a $97 or roughly $100 fee to reprogram your meter or replace your meter, depending on what you need. And that might take a month or 2 or 3 or 4 for you to get that money back from those savings between that 11 a.m. and 4 a.m. But once you got that back, because that's just a once-off charge, then you're ahead from that point on until they decide to scrap that tariff, because they have used the wording that it's a what was the wording? Was it trial?
Trial, yeah.
Trial. They've
Yeah,
also still got on their website the fact that you get a certain amount credited each month. It's about $20 or something. So that $90 only takes 4 months, and they've paid it back to you.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. So that's one of the most important things. I'm sure you've probably all, as you've been buying your cars, worked out by default that the RAC at the moment is still the cheapest form of insurance. And if it's not, please speak up, and we'd love to hear if there's anything cheaper.
Harold, I got my car recently, and I did a bit of research on insurance, and I got a fantastic deal with ComInsure.
Oh, really?
They quoted me $850 for fully comp, full protected, no claims. And then by the time I added all the fruit on there, it came just to over $1,000. And so that's fully comp.
Cool. So
how much is your excess? Could I ask?
So did you get a check quote from the RAC, Jason?
No, I did. I was originally with UE, which when I quoted, they quoted me $3,000, and then I went to a couple of other places, and then went to ComInsure and watched a YouTube video with Tesla Tom, and he did a fair bit of research on insurance companies and so forth. So thought I'd give him a go, and with all the preferred repairer, all the fruit, pretty much, replacement vehicles and so forth, it came to $1,050 fully comp.
So which car, Jason? Which model?
I have a Model 3 long range.
Well, I got a Model S, and I got $1,200 from RAC. So, it's a big difference in price. So RAC, I think, Harold, you're probably spot on there.
Yeah, I got a performance Model 3, and I paid, I think it was $1,100 with RAC, but SGO are going to give me a really good deal of $4,500 because they love EV cars. So I just could nearly signed up to them, but no, I went with RAC.
Jason, just a quick little thing with Tesla Tom, great bloke, top bloke. One little pro tip is his point of reference is the Eastern Seaboard, and it's funny because if you go onto, say, forums like TMC, it's quite astonishing how much the Tesla owners or EV owners, or say Tesla owners on the Eastern Seaboard pay. They don't blink at $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000. That's just normal standard operating procedure for all of those insurance companies. But it's actually quite heartening to see that ComInsure is quite reasonably priced. That's a great development.
Yeah, I think for myself, because I already had Tesla products before I got the car, it was just a natural progression because I've got a Tesla Powerwall on my solar system. So the car came last. So solar panels for the last 12 years. I've had a Powerwall too for quite some time. And now we've got the Tesla car.
Good work.
Awesome.
Can I just quickly ask how much your excess is?
Mine?
No, or both, yeah.
Jason?
I think the excess, I'll have to ask the missus, but I don't think it's that much, to be honest. She's sort of like, has to say as well, what I spend, but it's not that much.
I think mine was 600, I think.
Yeah, 650 is really RAC.
Yeah, I think it was like 650 or 600. It wasn't much.
I think it was 500. I think it's $500 for the excess.
Yeah, it wasn't much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my RAC excess is 500, but I've had the house and everything else with the RAC for a long time. And It was less than the numbers you guys are saying as well.
You can usually get most insurance companies, including the RAC, to adjust the premium and the excess. So obviously, the lower your excess, the higher your premiums, and vice versa.
Yeah.
It's about where you live.
Sorry, go, Joe.
It's also about where you live. We're in a bit of a high crime area now, and ours is 1,500 our RAC renewal now, and that's 650 excess.
You're in Northbridge, Joe.
No. There's just been a lot of car break-ins recently. The problem is that because they don't care that you park your car in the garage, and there's been a lot of car break-ins of cars that are left out at night, and I think that's what's brought our insurances up.
Yeah,
that shouldn't really impact a Tesla if they're little, because I mean, can any of you guys think or recall one incident of a Tesla being stolen? So maybe broken into but stolen.
Zero.
I mean, good luck trying to steal a Tesla.
Zero.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Pete, are you assuming that insurance companies work off logic rather than just statistics?
They don't care that it's a Tesla or that it's in the garage. It's just, I did actually try a different suburb nearby, and it was like $400 less.
Ooh,
so it's definitely the suburb. Yeah. Kept everything else the same.
Whereabouts are you, Joe?
I'm not going to say on YouTube.
Go on. Like South Beirut or something.
Just as a bit of a follow-up on the RAC point as well, as a minor incentive for RAC as well, ChargeFox have a quite close relationship with all the various RACs. And so if you're an RAC member, you'll get 20% off ChargeFox. So if you haven't already and you're an RAC member, jump into the ChargeFox app and add your RAC membership to it, and you immediately get a 20% discount on ChargeFox.
Yeah, that's only on the big high-speed superchargers, though.
Yes.
Eaton in the city, not the other ones, I don't think.
I think you're right, Pete. That's dead right. It's on the fast DC, like Treendale.
On the ultra rapids. So yes, at the moment at RAC and at Treendale. But as their network grows, it can't hurt to get 20% off.
Well, true.
There's something not quite right about their quoting, though. I've paid $1,600 with a $500 excess for a standard Tesla 3, and I live in the western suburbs, and it's quite safe. And they didn't want to know.
But you're a coon, Carmen.
It's tied. It's tied to your rates.
Obviously, you're underage, Carmen. You're under 18.
Yeah.
Once you're over 18, it'll be a bit cheaper for you.
I'd love that. But and I told them I have a home office, and they don't care. They said that was the rate. So this year, I do have my home insurance with them. I'm going to renew. I'm going to get a new policy the week before it finishes, but I'll do it all myself online and check and then cancel the previous one. I'm sure there's something wrong there.
Well, have a look at, as Jason suggested, ComInsure. Run a ruler over them. And
Where's their office, though? RAC are in Perth. Where's ComInsure? That's not a Russian office, is it? You're going to go Russia, Bulgaria or somewhere like that? Metro area?
It's Commonwealth, not communist.
It's ComSure. Oh, yeah, right, yeah. They're all right. Commonwealth's all right, yeah, okay.
But of course, as EV drivers, we're all automatic lefties, so it's okay, you know.
Not that far left, trust me.
On my left.
No, a lot of us are capo Tesla owners. Now, we'll get to, sorry, I forget who the gentleman was who was getting your car shortly. I can't see on the screen at the moment. Let me.
Jose.
Oh, yes, Russell. We'll get to your delivery experience shortly. But before we do that, we've got to sell some more of these EVs. So we're going to narrow in on Yvonne with an E. So you're asking, basically, you're not into a Tesla yet. Now, back in the dark ages of mobile phones, there was a little phone company called Nokia, and they had standard push button, non-smart phones, and they literally ruled the world. Everyone had one. They were the best phones. I just, the other day, I just watched The Matrix that was filmed in 1997, and it had the Nokia slide phone, which I had that same model. And, you know, we all had all the old phones. Everyone loved them. And then a small fruit company came along and had this weird flat glass thing that had no tactile feedback, looked a bit sort of strange and plain. And most of us, except for the keenest early adopters, like say Ken and Pete, sort of looked at this thing and thought, no, our Nokias are awesome. You know, we've all got shares in Nokia. They're the you know, masters of the universe. They'll last forever. And you know, a mere 3 or 4 years later, everyone dumped dumb phones like hotcakes and went to smartphones. And once you get a smartphone, you just can't imagine life before it. You can't imagine that when you did a text, you had to go to do the letter C, you had to go A 3 times, press the number 1 3 times to get the letter C, you know.
But Harold, that was despite the fact that the Nokias, the Motorola's, the Blackberries would last a week, was it? And they had interchangeable batteries. So if you bought a second or a third battery, they could potentially, you know, last, you know, indefinitely. Whereas the iPhones, they would go flat after 6, 7, 8 hours.
Yes.
And so charging was a huge problem with these things.
We laughed. I laughed at the Apple iPhone, and I said, "Well, my Nokia with the black and white screen lasts a whole week, and this silly iPhone doesn't even last a whole day." And they still don't. But that's the point. We don't care because we charge our phones at nighttime while we're sleeping, and that's exactly what we do with our EVs. If you live, you know, if you drive around Perth, you don't charge in the daytime. Unless you happen to be at home and you've got solar panels, you just charge overnight while you're sleeping. So one of the great questions everyone asks who hasn't got an EV is, how long does it take to charge? And it takes 10 seconds, because when you get home, you get out of your car, walk to the passenger side, plug in, that takes 5 seconds. When you wake up in the morning, go into your garage to hop into your car to go to work or wherever, it takes 5 seconds to unplug. So it took a whole 10 seconds to charge your car. And every morning when you leave home, if you want, your car can be effectively fully charged every morning. Whereas if you've got a petrol car, you've got to go, well, is it cheap Tuesdays or is it cheap Mondays or Wednesdays? You know, so someone's got the news on. So, you know, you've got to worry about the petrol price and when to fill up and how much space you've got and how much you've got left. And if you go to, you know, a Coles, Shell or Woolies, whatever, on a cheap thing for voucher, the line is like half a K down the road and you've got to wait forever.
And you've got to go out of your way to find the petrol station, and you've got to stand there with your hand on the bowser and suck in the fumes for 5 minutes. Whereas you can, like you said, you can wake up or, you know, after your car's finished charging off your solar system, you've got, you know, even, so I charge to 80%, 400K range in the city, average car drives 40K a day. So that's 10 days worth of driving every morning.
Exactly. Now, Pete, you can polish this total cost of ownership, as you mentioned quite sagely in Flashpoint. Yes, a standard range plus Model 3 in Poverty Pearl White, so that's the no cost option colour, costs a whole $66,000 away, no more to pay. Now, for that, you will earn the right to have zero servicing costs effectively. There are no regular services. So as an extreme example, my Model X is 4.5 years old and it's just done 180,000 kilometres. Now that's basically a 7-seat SUV, sort of similar size to say a Land Cruiser. And in 180,000 kilometres, that would have had exactly 12 services if it was a Land Cruiser. Now, I don't know how much Land Cruisers cost to service, but that's probably about $6,000 in servicing.
At least, yeah, I'd say.
That's probably just in the Margaret River store. you had to get your service down there, it'd probably be at $6,000.
Well, so that's $6,000 that I've not paid, you know, and that's just as one factor. As Pete said in the Flashpoint, you've also got the fuel costs, which are between not very much and zero. So if it's solar and you're effectively selling to yourself, well, it's almost zero. And even if you're paying 29 cents, well, you've got the EV tariff, you're paying 20 cents per kilowatt hour overnight, as is the rest of your house. So if it's a hot summer's night and you've got air conditioning running hard, you're getting that same discount. But it costs at most about a third the cost of electricity, of petrol, down to say a quarter to almost nothing. So then you've also got the fact that a great statement that Elon Musk, a comment he made about Tesla cars, is that a regular car, when you buy it brand new, that's the best it'll ever be, because everything's shiny, everything's working, everything's new. But he said quite correctly that with Teslas, they actually improve with age, because you can wake up in the morning and get a software update that's got brand new features. So
You just reminded me, I'm just going to update mine now, because I noticed this morning I had one waiting. So you just reminded me.
That's the 24.3.
What do you get with that one, Nigel?
No, you get car wash mode.
Do you get your backdrops or?
you also get the one where you can tether. You've got options for continuing to tether off your phone while you're driving for Wi-Fi. Whereas
it doesn't drop out when you
it'll drop out once you put it into drive or reverse.
Yeah.
Once again, I haven't got it yet. Obviously, Richard in Mandurah will get it before me.
I've had it for a few days, Jared.
So you've had it for days? Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Richard's told me on the weekend he's got the update.
Yeah.
Richard, you got the update already?
There you go.
I just sent a quick text to Elon and he sorted it out for me.
Yeah, obviously there's some Tesla thing going on in Mandurah. They're getting all the updates really quick.
Well, I'm not in Mandurah.
Well, neither am I, and I'm still not getting the updates. I might have to move to Mandurah, I think.
Yeah, but you're out east. That's your trouble.
Yeah, that's so true.
I think it's because Mandurah is a lot closer to these shiny balls.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's all about the shiny balls.
Is that in
We've
North?
all got shiny balls in Mandurah.
Oh, there's lots of shiny balls down there. I want to thank Paul, by the way, for dobbing me in about my loot box has gone down, Paul. My loot box has gone down about 75 loots.
Oh.
Just noticed the other day. So
yeah.
So they're finally
cool.
Me. You won't be next, Richard, because
not in Mandurah.
Not in Mandurah. They won't charge you.
Hey, not in Mandurah.
Oh, you still have
Still.
I've got down to 14, 15. I think you might have taken my car at the time. I don't know. It's plugged in where I was.
Guys, the apps take a little bit longer to update. If you go into your account on the web, that updates a bit quicker.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, there's quite a long delay, several weeks. Mine's still unchanged from 3 weeks ago. But if you go into the web page, it changes fairly quickly. But just one thing to continue on with what Harold started saying. So the third major part of that, so you've got your fuel costs, you've got your maintenance. The third one, and possibly, well, definitely the most important one, because it accounts for the most, is the depreciation. So there are figures, fairly robust figures, because they're based on quite a few cars from the US. So after 3 years, the average car depreciates about 39% in the US, whereas the Tesla Model 3 was, I think it was 10.1% was the figure. So that's a huge difference, but that's based on historical rates. Going forward, especially if your car's got FSD ability, or now that we've got the subscription, you can subscribe at any time. Once that improves and that product becomes more useful and more valuable, Elon has said that Teslas will be the first cars in history, apart from limited production or exotic cars, that will actually appreciate rather than depreciate in value. So he was pitching him as an investment, and he was saying, look, at some point, the full self-driving capability may be worth $100,000 US. So, you know, buying a $100,000 Tesla doesn't sound like such a bad investment.
No, not definitely.
Another great thing the car has is you've got an app which you've actually got controls, so you can unlock the car from anywhere in the world, and you can also allow it to be driven. And you can, and you can also, under controls, control various parts of it, such as open the boots, open the bonnet. You can unlock the car.
You can tell Siri to do that too.
Yes, yes. For instance, if you're at work and it's a hot day, you can simply just turn the climate on, or it can be hot or cold, whatever you like, and you can do that remotely from anywhere in the world, as long as you've got the app.
And Harold, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's the long range and the performance. I'm not sure if it applies to the standard range, but the cars made out of China, the long range has got the steering wheel heater as an option now in the climate.
Yes.
So I've noticed some of the new members.
Yes, I think Rich.
Yep. Rich is.
Yep. I think it's only on the Mandra cars though.
Here we go.
It's a bit chilly. It's a bit chilly in there.
Hang on, I'll just let's find the thing. Where are we? Not
Climate, and it's
climate. That's right.
Climate, and turn on climate, and
wait for it to wake up.
It's that.
You've got it.
Black. It's that black ring. There you go.
Oh, can you turn your ring on?
Oh, turn my ring on. There you go. Hang on. Turn my ring on. There you go. My ring's on. My ring's now on fire.
Oh, look at that! It's a nice red ring. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Well, this went downhill rapidly, didn't it?
So
get out of Rich.
So Yvonne, it's.
Hang on. Sorry, Jared. How did you do any of that stuff? Because my thing doesn't do that at all.
Just go to turn on climate, climate, and then touch the right hand, the round steering wheel. Hang on, let me just turn it on again.
I can turn on heat.
Oh, Shane, do you have a standard range?
Only on the performance.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I needed to spend the extra money, did I?
Yes. Yeah.
$20,000.
Never mind.
But you know what could happen is they may.
Sherpa,
I wouldn't be surprised if the element is built into the steering wheel already. So it might just be potentially a software unlock that might give you, for a few $100, you might be able to upgrade and.
Richard Cooper's probably working on one already.
He said he was going to the movies, but he was actually studying up on the steering wheel.
Yeah, exactly what he'd be doing.
Which you'll have to install twice because he didn't quite do it right the first time.
I tell you what, he was so clever. So he had this tool specifically made for it.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you mean you got him as the tool to specifically do it for you?
You got to remember, Pete, he's a dentist. He's worked with a lot of tools,
he wouldn't show me his face, especially on television, but it was bloody brilliant. The whole thing took him, I don't know, definitely less than 10 minutes. So yeah, very clever. Yeah, I mean,
was that for that bendy?
Done it before would have helped, but
and that was a bendy screen, the one that goes left to right.
Not bendy, just swivels.
Right. So did he just grab it and just go? Did you hear it snapping as he made it loose?
No, he did one of those hardcore smackdowns.
I've got one question, Pete. Speaking of hardcore smackdowns, what happened with the other car that was there on the track on the day?
Well, there's actually a bit of a story about that, which Harold can attest to. So we were initially, the producers were talking about getting a Ferrari or a Lambo.
Yep.
And there was even talk, believe it or not, about going to Pearce Air Base and doing a Top Gear type shot with a jet in the background. And the producer actually knows someone there, and he actually made the phone call. And he said he was pleasantly surprised. They were actually entertaining the idea, but you know, the military clearances and the time it would take, etc. So, but when Harold and I, you know, these things in TV are so fluid, and so when Harold and I rocked up, Harold actually was there before I got there, and he said, "There's no Lambo, there's no Ferrari, no McLaren, no Bugatti, but there's a Porsche," and he said, "I think it's the electric Taycan." So I went and had a look, and it was. So we thought it might be a ICE versus EV, because they had the drone as well, and it would have been great to show, you know, the difference. But that sort of, you know, if it was going to be a debate between petrol and, you know, that was one of the points that I was going to bring up, was to say, look, you know, you went looking far and wide, and the only car that you could find to compete with a Model 3 Performance was another EV.
Yeah, it's like they sort of decided, I think initially they might have thought they had to highlight the difference between an EV and an ICE car, but probably realized that that argument's already been won by the EV market.
Yeah.
So there is no debate any longer. You know, these aren't glorified golf buggies that, you know, as Prof. Willis said, you know, in Flashpoint, you know, if you want speed, anyone that's hopped into a fast Tesla, you're just never going to go back. And that was proven on the ABC with the Fight for Planet A, where they had the vice president of the HSV, the Holden Special Vehicles Club, drive against a Model S.
And sorry to interrupt, he was driving the most powerful Australian-built
V8.
Ever. Yeah, and he was used to driving on a quarter-mile track, on a racetrack, whereas
Greg Rucastle.
Rucastle. It was pretty much his first time on a track as well. So, but yeah, and Craig just blew him away, of course.
But the great thing was,
who owned the Taycan?
Oh, that was Barbagallo's.
Right. So it wasn't a private owner that turned up.
Just hang on 2 seconds.
Go to the.
All right, welcome back, Damon. If there's a bit of a loss of continuity, I'm really sorry, but if you insist on watching this later in half-hour segments because you can't, your narcolepsy can't handle anything more than 30 minutes of continuous viewing, you've got to do it live, Damon, so that you get all the juicy bits.
And Ashley reached out, by the way.
And Ashley, shout out to you too.
Yeah, for everyone else in the group that knows Ash, he's doing well. He's got another visit coming up in a few weeks' time. But yeah, he still keeps on watching Ask Us Anything. So, and hopefully Richard Cooper is going to watch us on YouTube and catch up on all the great stuff he's missed.
Now, speaking of watching, I just see there's a question from
EV on.
Yvonne.
Yvonne, I like it. Nice work.
Good job, Nigel.
And the first question was, is there modelling around Amber Jane's claim that rapidly increasing battery electric vehicles will result in grid issues? I guess the short answer is sort of not really, but there is a theoretical issue that could occur in the circumstance that, imagine everyone's coming home from work at 5:30, 6 o'clock, and they go and plug their cars in to charge, if that's what they thought they wanted to do. The cars can charge, say, all Teslas can charge at 11 kilowatts if you've got three-phase charging, or three-phase house. If you've got a single-phase house, it's about 7.5 kilowatts, which is actually a pretty big load. So in theory, having EVs could exacerbate this duck curve, where everyone rocks up at peak hour, you're putting your air cons on in summer, you're doing your cooking, lights are on, and you're plugging your car in for the first time. Now, obviously part of Synergy's EV tariff is actually a price signal. And the thing is, most of us are very savvy. You know, the great thing about EVs is you don't need to charge it as soon as you get home. It can wait all night. In fact, it could wait till early in the morning before it gets charged. It's perfectly happy, because on average, most cars do 38 kilometres per day in Western Australia. So with the smallest of price signals, the energy providers can shift demand. Now, of course, if you've got a price signal for your house, you can't decide to have dinner at midnight, because, you know, people have to eat at a reasonable time and go to bed. But your car is perfectly happy to wait until it's appropriate for it to charge. So even though theoretically EVs could exacerbate the duck curve with solar generation and that sudden change of profile in the early evening or late afternoon, early evening, EVs can now do the opposite. They can actually assist with that, because say if your car is at a workplace and there's workplace charging, it could actually soak up surplus solar during the daytime. But of course, you could have intelligent charging, whereby if there's a cloud bank goes over and all the solar panels sort of reduce their output, all these cars could stop charging, or they could suddenly crank up if there's excess wind power, you know, at 2 a.m. Again, they could soak that up with a small price signal. So really, Jane, whatever her name is. Jade, apologies. If the minister, she did say that. I think it's because it's important for the energy providers and Western Power to understand the potential threats, so as to identify the opportunities to not just allay those threats, but turn it into an asset. And that's exactly what EVs are.
Sorry, Shane, go on.
There's actually a really good YouTube video. I think it's Engineering Explained that goes into that it's in an American context, but it goes into that in quite a bit of depth.
Well, for a WA context, Harold or whoever administers the Tesla Owners Club WA Twitter feed, when you posted the Western Australian EV action plan that you posted yesterday, I'm such a nerd, of course. As soon as it came up, I read the whole thing. It's about 32 pages long. It's actually very easy to read, I'd say. But if anyone wants to actually understand it, the whole situation, I really recommend reading that. It does lay it out quite clearly what the threat is and what the opportunity is.
And you mean our government's actually planning ahead? Wow.
I know.
Well, planning ahead. I mean, really, we should have been doing this 3-4 years ago. But,
well, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can. Can we share? I wonder if can we share the link, Harold? If you've got it to hand.
Yes.
I've
just got
it as well.
Yvonne might find it quite useful.
But
if she wants to see the
while we
detail.
look for that, Harold, I couldn't agree with Harold anymore. What he said. So that's exactly right. EVs are not only just a flexible load, like Harold said, so you can put it on at night, during the day, whenever, but they're also a price-sensitive load in that, and they're a highly price-sensitive load in that customers respond to price signals really well.
Because it's easy.
Yeah, exactly. And to put that, and there's two ways that you could control that load. So one is indirectly through a price signal. Two is directly through some sort of direct control over the charger. But yeah, there's the link there. But like Harold was saying, so 11 kilowatts. Now, yes, that's a significant load, but you know, let's put that into perspective. My air conditioner is, this is an old house, and that's why we never turn it on. But it sucks 13.5 kilowatts whenever you turn it on. So, there are, people that have got bigger loads than EVs, and we haven't, as soon as these air conditioners came in, and my air conditioner's 10 years old, so 10 years ago, we didn't all of a sudden all jump up and down and say, oh, look, we've got to try and tread very carefully. We've got to plan out what we're going to do with the network because of these air conditioners that are huge loads. So, I just think it's a bit of an excuse, because EVs, as far as network is concerned, are an opportunity rather than a threat. And yes, they can suck up the load during the middle of the day when we've got excess solar and when the network is struggling because it's underutilized. So there's some debate as to whether, it's 700, 800, 900 megawatts and, anything below that, the network, because the network wasn't designed to be at anywhere below that, that it becomes unstable. So perfect solution. Put in EVs, get them to soak up this excess solar during the middle of the day. And when vehicle to grid or vehicle to X, call it what you will, comes online, I mean, the Leafs are doing it already, you'll also have the ability to discharge those batteries at evening time. So, when the grid is struggling because there's too much demand, by that time solar's dropped off. So, I just don't buy that argument one bit. I just think it's the reverse. It shouldn't be used as an excuse. It should be used as an opportunity. But like Harold, look, you're absolutely right. And, there's those arguments with, at the edge of the grid. So if everyone goes down south, on Christmas Day or New Year's and they all plug their EVs at the same time, they might, So, but look, that can be easily solved just whacking a Tesla stationary megapack.
Well, and don't forget that currently there is a massive infrastructure network in place to transport amazingly dangerous volatile fluids, organic compounds, namely petrol and diesel. And there are tankers on our roads continually ferrying this stuff backwards and forwards. All it takes is a little bit of augmentation in a couple of parts of the power grid to replace all of that energy being moved around. And again, well, that's the thing too, is when you go to a petrol station, you need to fill up right there and then. But when you're at home, it doesn't matter if you're filling up at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., 11 a.m., whatever. And all you need is a price signal, because people, let's face it, we're all tight. If we can save a few cents, I mean, look at people buying petrol. They go crazy when there's a 5 cent discount. And that's on a good day when you don't have a 20 cent discount, when they rip you off the day before because they charge you $1.80, the day before, and now you're getting it for $1.50 thinking that's a bargain, which I guess it is compared to $1.80, but it's just the smallest price signal will change behavior. And the great thing about our cars is we've got apps, and the cars will eventually, through the app, or automatically decide when to charge. And in fact, there is actually a setting in the car, so you can program in EV tariffs, or you can actually tell the car when the cheap tariff is ending, so it makes sure that it is fully charged by the time that actual discounted tariff ends in the morning.
Harold, your point about carrying the fuel around the state, I mean, if we were designing everything from scratch today, and if we were to compare the two ways to go, so, carrying petrol around or putting in, the grid from scratch, I mean, carrying the petrol around, that wouldn't even get a look in. No one would be arguing that, the downsides of EVs and the impact on the grid. It just wouldn't even be a consideration. It's just it's just legacy thinking, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely.
On that one, that's an interesting one. If you were to redesign the grid now, you'd probably do it DC, which is anti-Tesla. But anyway.
Well, actually, the most efficient form of high power energy transfer is by DC cable.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You'd probably do it DC if you did it again now.
But then again,
But you
in
can
those
only,
olden
you can only do
days-
that for the last.
Well,
You can
well,
only
we-
have done that last year.
We are doing that with the undersea cable to Singapore.
Yeah,
indeed. That's why. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pete, sorry, maybe Pete's the right one to answer this. Maybe Harold is. You made a claim on that show, Pete, that the Tesla is the safest car on the road. That's a big claim, and having
and I stand
driven
by
the car, having driven the car, I believe it, but I haven't seen any justification for that.
No, Shane, you haven't.
Tesla's got
No, you need to crash the car, Shane. You've only driven the car.
I'm not going to crash it. I don't want to crash it.
Now, it's appropriate for me to give a shout out to Joseph, who also watches this show, because tonight is karaoke night for him, and I hope you're having a wonderful night there, Joseph. But Joseph's such an awesome guy that he has been determined to actually prove how safe EVs are, and to that end, he's made sure that he's crashed 2 of them, which could explain why the RAC insurance policies have gone up a little bit. But anyway, that's a side issue.
Can I just interject that 3? He's crashed 3.
Oh, 3.
Yeah. So
apologies, Joseph. I ripped you off by 50%. So apologies, you crashed 3.
BMW.
Well, no, one was a Beamer, wasn't it?
And it's never his fault. Hey?
No, true. But wasn't one a Beamer?
The i3.
So it was a BMW i3, the Tesla Model S, old shape, and the iMeave, which went into a kangaroo. In fact, I think he's had 2 kangaroo incidents, but I think the last one was just a little ding, and the kangaroo hopped away. But the first one, not so much. iMeave versus kangaroo.
But we should put Joseph's driving into perspective, though. So, the amount that he drives in 1 year is probably how much we drive in about 30 years. So the fact that he's had 3 accidents, that's, that's probably over the equivalent of the average 3 lifetimes.
Yeah, hence the car behind me is 100,000 Ks.
Yes, true.
In just over a year.
Yeah.
Go Joseph. Go Joseph.
Joseph actually charged last week. I think he did 13 fast charges in 1 day.
Wow.
13.
He's a madman.
Yeah, but one thing that Joseph didn't do was drive to Williams on Monday and Tuesday, and was going to drive today.
Yeah, I know
Anyway.
someone that's even madder than Joseph, though.
But we need to get back to that point of your claim of being the safest.
Oh, yes.
And that comes from
Thank you,
the
Nigel.
National Highway Transport Safety Authority in America that keeps bloody good statistics. And if you take an ICE vehicle, I think it has an accident every one accident every 480,000 miles traveled, and Teslas, just without any form of autopilot or TAC, it's 1 in
2.5 million.
Yeah, but if you have your full autopilot, full self-drive on, it's 1 in 9 million. So
no, it's 1 in 5 million.
5 million.
One in
It's
5
about
million.
9 or 10 times less number of accidents, and that's straight from Nhtsa in America.
And the other thing as well, Nigel,
there's more. So I was going to say, there's more pertinent information than that. It's not just the fact that they avoid accidents. It's under crash testing. The world's 4 best models or cars in the entire world for safety. That is an injury in a catastrophic crash, the lowest probability of injury or death in a catastrophic crash. I forget which ones rank in order, but it's basically number 1 is a Tesla Model 3, whatever.
Model 3.
Number 2 is a Tesla Model
S.
3 is a Tesla Model
X, I think.
And 4 is a Tesla Model
Y.
There you go. And
who said
like that
would be sexy?
So
Sorry, seriously, that's a seriously thing serious thing.
Richard
from
Cooper,
actual-
you're showing me a phone. I did try to Google it, but I couldn't find the.
Well, actually, Harold, go onto Tesla's blog, and in 2018, there's a blog post where they go through everything. They go through the Nhtsa, National Highway Traffic and Safety Authority. They go through all their data. They've got graphs and that show that the Model 3 is the safest car ever tested by the Nhtsa. And that's on Tesla.
There's a couple of videos on that, Pete, that explain into some detail why that is as well. And some of those reasons will be to do with how the structure of the car is designed to completely fold up in specific areas during those impacts, and maintain the integrity of the cabin space. And the other is the fact that these cars, because the center of gravity, because the weight is so low in the car, they stay mostly on their feet. And it's amazing how many people actually succumb to injuries in a car, not necessarily because of the initial injury, but because they're stuck upside down in the car, and that causes massive head trauma. So with cars that are able to stay on their feet in these incidents, that makes a huge difference. And there's actually there's a video of a Tesla Model 3 being actually that crash that you no, it was a full head-on actually. It was a full head-on, and they replaced the bottom panels of the car with clear perspex, and you can actually see as it hits the barrier, you can actually see the entire structure sort of very, very uniformly collapse and protect the occupants from within. It's incredible.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the big advantages of not having a large lump of cast iron in the front of you.
100%.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
The world's biggest crumble zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's even down to it's not just about the mechanics of it. It's about Tesla employing their tech and their expertise with software and measuring. They actually measure. I found this out recently. It measures the weight of the occupant of each seat, and will deploy the airbag at given rates depending on the weight of each occupant.
And not just and Richard, not just the weight. It knows where the weight, how the weight is distributed on the seat.
Yes.
So if you're sitting towards one side, it will adjust the deployment of the airbag to suit.
Yep.
Well, this one here is a classic. This is a Model X, and they're trying to make it roll over by shoving it sideways into this sort of sandy sort of pit thing, and it tips.
Harold, that's the first car they ever tested. It's the first car ever tested in that test, out of all the cars on Earth, that they couldn't get to flip over.
Yes.
Harold, that sand pit, could you go back to that for a second? That sand rollover bit?
I know what he's going to say, yeah. It's Mandra.
That looks very much like the supercharged down at Williams.
I thought you were going to say that looks like Mandra.
You're only going to pull the Mandra one, but I thought I'd hold back.
Well, with those potholes there, lucky we've got vehicles with a low center of gravity.
It actually reminds me of a toy car as I had as a kid that used to be able to just drive around, and if it hit a wall, it'd climb up the wall, tip over, and drive off again.
Oh yeah, there's the thing that Richard was talking about.
Yeah, there is.
The bottom's got it's got a window so they can see.
And the battery is completely unscathed. You watch the battery; it just remains completely undamaged.
Yep.
And that's not even the structural battery yet. So
yes.
4680 structural batteries come into play. You know, with the three-piece chassis. I mean, that's going to be another level of safety higher again.
Yep.
But most of those features we've talked about there, you know, that's what happens once the car gets into an accident. But what about all those anti-accident avoidance?
Yeah, that's what I meant by having driven the car. I can understand that. Yes, it's a very safe car to drive because it definitely likes to stay on its feet. There's no body roll. There's no. It's magic.
And the 12 and the 8 or 9 cameras. I mean, that they help as well.
So this. Oops, sorry. These are some of these tests. So this is lane keeping. So it drifts and it actually pulls back into the lane. So it's lane assist. lane support. Some of these other tests are pretty frightening. You'll see the pedestrian tests. Look at this.
Yeah, it comes from nowhere.
Oh.
Frightening. But yeah, so as Pete said, the best accident is one you avoid, you know.
Yeah,
but
I think I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that, or a month ago maybe now, I had an incident with a kangaroo where the car, I swear the car detected the kangaroo, perhaps a little bit later than me, but it definitely braked harder than I was intending to brake.
Well, I've mentioned my experience on the Mitchell Freeway heading north, and not the car in front of me, but the car in front of that locked up. And I just got shoved forward, thinking, oh no, this must be shadow braking again. And I was about to override it and put my foot on the accelerator when I noticed the smoke coming out of the tyres of the car in front of the car in front of me. So what it did then is the radar apparently bounced the signal underneath the car in front of me to detect the car in front of that. But Elon has said that, you know, there should be at least one camera that will be able to see that now that they're removing the radar.
I was going to say, what's going to happen when radar disappears, because you can't see through with imaging. I mean, and
well,
if the radar was bouncing underneath.
Yeah, there's 5 forward-facing cameras, and Elon was asked this very question on Twitter, and his response was, with 5 forward-facing cameras from different spots, there's a very high probability that at least one of the cameras will be able to notice that car in front of the car in front of you. So, look, I can't physically, I mean, when you think about it, there is no car, there is no camera that's down low that will be able to see underneath the car. So if it was a big truck that was obscuring the vision of all the 5 cameras, then pretty hard to make that argument in that situation. But you would like to think that, you know, a Tesla can outbrake a truck. So that, you know, and if there's a big truck in front of you, that will probably, you know, go straight through whatever has braked in front of it. And the car, yeah.
Plus you set your, I mean, I don't know about you, but you set your distance to seven car lengths at least. So
yeah.
Can I ask one question, seeing as though it's an Ask Us Anything, and it's a really
and sorry, just quickly, and that's 7. That figure, that doesn't refer to the number of car lengths. That's just some sort of an index, because it changes with the speed of your car. So it's a shorter distance when you're going slower and vice versa.
It's a relative measure. So it's really, 1 is closest, which I use all the time.
Distance.
Yeah.
And 7 is, or 8 is the furthest, but it's only a gauge. It's not an absolute car length. But
it's
but
very
easy question, Ant.
My question.
Yes.
Has to do with Xbox controllers that you plug into the car. Does an old Xbox 360 controller work with it?
Yes.
Okay, cheers.
Richard Cooper's coming out with a new version, Ant.
Yeah.
Richard Cooper would be redesigning a new Xbox controller.
Is that called a Cooper 360?
Yeah, Cooper 360. Control it with your foot.
And he's back.
He's
a Cooper 360 you clean out of the toilet bowl. Let's face it.
he's got
I've never
actually
played it with an Xbox 360. I don't play video games. I'm too old and I'm too grey.
It's not for me. Asking for a friend.
For a friend.
Pete, just on going back to cameras very briefly, I had heard a rumor somewhere, and it might have been Sandy Munro. I can't recall, but there was talk that one of the forward-facing cameras, they're looking at the potential of using a FLIR camera.
Yeah, right.
Which kind of makes sense. Like if they're going to move away from.
Sandy Munro loves FLIR. Loves it.
Yeah.
Is there?
Sorry, what is that?
Well, it's infrared, basically infrared.
FLIR. It's infrared. It's like night vision.
The acronym means forward-looking infrared. I mean, the fact that it's forward, I mean, I guess you could have a FLIR facing backwards, but I think it's more a military thing that acronym came about. It's just infrared.
But I hadn't heard that. That's so that would require obviously a hardware change. So
not necessarily, because there's been some talk about those cameras can actually detect infrared.
True.
Didn't Richard Cooper prove that with an infrared laser or something? Somebody did.
He's shaking his head, but I remember seeing a YouTube video where they were basically saying that the camera has got FLIR-like abilities. So
yes, it's got some infrared pickup.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yes, very good point there, Nigel.
That's amazing.
It was
It's like doing this. This is just an infrared remote.
Yep.
And most cameras, they do have a cut filter, but it's not perfect. So you can get infrared signals.
And I forgot everything I've said up until this point. I feel like that scene from Men in Black has just wiped my memory.
I think Richard and
I can't believe I fell for that trick.
I think Richie and Alex get together at a secret meeting on Monday nights in Mandurah to come up with some good questions for Wednesdays.
Oh, I've got another one too.
I think that's all going to stop once they get television in Mandurah.
I've got solar now. We've got electricity. We'll be all right.
Too.
That's when you get flowing water.
Yeah, don't forget Rob. Don't just pick on me and Alex. Rob's here as well. Don't forget.
Rob's here. Exactly.
Yeah, Rob, exactly. That's right. It's three of you from Mandurah.
He's staying quiet. Rob's saying he's staying over it.
Yeah. So, does anyone else have any questions?
I do actually have a question.
Yes.
Go, Max. Go, Max.
And Russell, we'll get to you shortly with your delivery experience. We haven't forgotten.
Unmute. There we go.
There you go. You're on.
All right. Just wanted to know, I don't have a Tesla yet, and like a lot of you, I'm waiting for the Model Y to become available. We're all patiently waiting for the Model Y. I wanted to know whether the current vehicles have got, as the radio receivers, whether they've got AM, whether they've got FM, or whether they've got digital audio.
Yes. Yes.
But they do come with a warning with the ABC that if you're driving, you're going to be parked if you've got the ABC on.
Very soporific.
Drive. It's dangerous.
So, Nigel, can you please explain to Max what you do have in the Model 3? Because the Model Y will be the same in the way of, is it digital audio radio, or is it?
It's definitely got digital audio band, so it's got DAB, it's got FM. I wouldn't know if it's got AM or not because I don't listen to it. I just listen to it.
Yes,
It has, but I just listen to either FM or digital. But you can also stream Spotify and so on. You can stream from your phone, so you've got hundreds of different options.
Yes.
What you can do is, on your screen, you've got a music icon. So when you press on that, you can actually pick just radio. You can use your phone for Bluetooth streaming. You've got Spotify for music. Karaoke is a different thing. And then tune in. So you can do this if you're out of radio range, and you can actually stream like the ABC or any of the stations. So when you click the tune in icon, it can then scan all the stations in Western Australia. Or it presents you all the streaming versions of all the radio stations.
You can also have a USB stick with music on, and then there will appear on that menu as a USB, and then you can play the tunes off your USB stick, either in order or random.
There you go.
Lindsay listens to true crime podcasts all the time, and I'm a bit concerned that she's planning something.
When she stops listening, or you think she stopped listening, then you
Yeah.
need to
Oh, she's only on series 1. I've got plenty of time. I'll be fine.
Yes, as
Okay,
long as
so
she's still as long as she's still listening, she's still learning. And
Yeah.
That's what
Exactly
the last
right.
guy thought.
Max, go.
From what I saw just then, it looks like there's just FM and digital audio. There's no AM. TuneIn Radio has just stopped supporting 6PR last week.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, then. Well, sorry, I didn't. This is a model. No, you've got. I believe these. Did you say 6 p.m.?
No, 6PR.
6PR. So
It should be on
6PR
screen.
is definitely available as a
6PR,
station because it's right here, as you can see, in the car as a radio. Whether that's digital broadcast or just the AM version, I'm not sure of, but it's definitely in the car.
It says DAB at the top left-hand.
Yeah, it's definitely there.
Oh, it does too. Yes. Sorry. Apologies. Yes. So it's definitely there. But your other alternative is you can go into Bluetooth and you can just add your phone. And one advantage is, well, actually one great thing is if there are two of you in the car often and you've both got obviously phones, because everyone's got a phone these days, you can actually decide to choose which person is most likely to be the driver. So you set their phone up as a priority device. So that's the one that the car latches onto if there are two at the same time. But you can also then stream stations or any music content through your car through Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Which is, again, just clicking onto the phone icon here.
Yeah. So looking at that screen there,
yes,
it's telling me that it's probably only digital audio, not even FM, because it's similar thing.
No, there is FM because that's your direct.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, there is.
Yeah, look, there's 96 FM twice there.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
will be 96 FM. The other will be FM digital audio.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's just, it doesn't, you don't go, I want AM stations, blah, blah, blah. I want FM stations. I want digital. They're all listed there, but you can still go to direct tune and type in or tune to a particular frequency if you wanted to. And then you put all the ones that you like, you can put them in favorites. So it's easy just to tune out. The other thing that does, if you go into the stations, it will show up the ones that are available. So like when I was down in Albany, it would only come up with a handful of stations that were available in Albany. When you get back to Perth, you get all those options.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have you got any other questions
Let me know
there,
about the
Max?
the Bluetooth compatibility you just said then. One of my current cars we've got, it's quite sensitive with the Bluetooth, and when my my wife drives home, my phone connects to the car in the garage. If I'm on a call, all of a sudden the call starts going to the car and I lose the call essentially. Do you know if the Bluetooth is that sensitive, or does it only enable it when you actually have the phone inside the car?
It actually waits for you to sit on the seat these days.
Yes.
So the car won't grab the phone unless you're sitting in the driver's seat, I think.
Yeah,
that's
it's
right.
something along those lines. I've got a set of Bluetooth headphones that I use quite often with my phone. They're like noise cancelling doohickeys. They will pick up. The phone call will do what you're saying. It'll jump to the headphones from quite a long way away. But the car, I can be standing next to it and it won't pick it up. Like it won't jump to it. My old car used to, but the Tesla won't.
I think the Tesla used to a while ago, and a software update fixed that for me.
Exactly, and that's one of the great things is the cars are continually evolving. So there'll be certain edge cases where you think, oh, it's a pain that I walk past the car and the Bluetooth gets excited and it latches onto my phone and I was talking to someone, then suddenly you hear the noise of the other person coming from inside the car and you've got to quickly open the car. Tesla's realised that would stop doing that unless someone's sitting in the driver's seat, because that's when they're most likely to want to use Bluetooth.
But all the cars do that. My previous car did that.
Yes, yeah. So all these cars are learning from that experience.
Yeah.
Your previous car must have been flasher than mine, because mine definitely didn't do that.
My Nissan Leaf doesn't do that.
Oh, okay. It was a Merc.
Mine does. I can be 20 feet away from it and it'll lock it off, and I'll hear myself talking in the car and I'm 20 feet away outside.
Oh, it shouldn't, because it shouldn't do it unless you're in the car. Unless you've
Well,
left the door.
when I get it back from the panel beaters, I'll give it a shot.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to even hear about that, Pete. Oh, that's just bad news.
No.
But such is life. But yeah, Pete, maybe one thing that can happen is if your car door is ajar, then the car is more likely to grab the Bluetooth if it already had the Bluetooth previously. So that might be some little caveat there.
Maybe.
But a bit like Elon Musk has said, you know, the cars improve with age. So Tesla will either correct little unintended bugs or whatever, or they'll just bring new features. So, you know, one feature that's coming sometime is waypoints in navigation, which Elon Musk in particular has vehemently resisted.
We don't need it.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Did someone say 2 weeks? Is that when Nigel's new screensaver collection's coming out with Nigel's greatest hits? Coming out.
Yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Jared. Definitely 2 weeks.
I can't wait. I think that's going to be. I'm going to sign up for that one.
Well, I'll tell you something that won't take 2 weeks is Russell's impending delivery experience. Because I'd say, would it take more than 2 minutes? No, it takes more than 2 minutes. They do spend a little bit more time than that. But Russell, your awesome car will be delivered to you quite expeditiously. So if you don't need to feel, if you don't have the need to be pampered by the staff and sat down for a big long lecture, then Tesla's the company to pick up a car from.
There's no ribbon. There's no bow. Champagne.
There's no formats. There's no tinting, and there's no
dancing girls.
Now, what's growing out of the? Hey, Jared, what's that growing out of the top of your head, mate?
It's out of the office. So, it's a tree. It's a,
right.
The same tree where the new Tesla chargers are. One there and that replica of that tree. So there we go.
Yeah. So Russell,
Guys, so I've got a quick question on this.
Go, Pete.
Oh, Nigel's screen change.
There wasn't anyone else that had a question?
No, go, Pete.
Does someone work on Wi-Fi or Bluetooth? Sorry?
Someone works on LTE.
Bluetooth.
Oh, I wouldn't Bluetooth because you can
I think
it's LTE. It goes through the web.
Yes, it works. It needs a mobile. It needs to have mobile service. Because you can be in a car park, 40 meters from your car. So it's clearly not working on Bluetooth. So it needs to work on the mobile network. So your phone needs a good connection, as does your car, for it to work.
Harold, that's a good segue to Richard Chapman, his new screensaver. Looks like Karen Up Shopping Centre. Is the Wi-Fi better down there now, Richard?
No.
Karen Up Shopping Centre with it.
I never need to do anything. My car seems to pick up Wi-Fi sync from the LTE network. Yeah, and not be an issue. So I've never needed to connect it to Wi-Fi.
Oh.
My phone, on the other hand,
the phone was upstairs. The reception.
So I can only communicate with the car once I'm upstairs with my phone and the car's downstairs. But if both things are downstairs, I can't.
Have you Have you seen any of these in Carrinup, Richard? Because if they had a set of these, they'd get pretty good coverage.
They sure would. I want to know what the backbone transmission network that's like.
Well, it's going straight to the Telstra exchange, so it'd be going straight to fibre optics.
Richard.
But actually, you're right, Richard. The cars generally do connect okay at the Carrinup supercharger because they've got external antennas and other things. But yeah, the phone service is terrible in most of Carrinup, and they are aware. They are fixing it, but slowly.
2 weeks, I believe they'll have it.
2 weeks. That's right. 2 weeks. So.
It helps if you go up to the concierge desk and mention it. So I mentioned it the first time we were there. I think it was on the day that it opened, and actually they didn't even know it was open to the public yet at that point. But they have made note of it, and they're actually really good. So the lady there said, "Yeah, look, we keep a list of suggestions and feedback to do with the shopping centre, and we'll pass it on to management." So
another great feedback item is to lobby to Carrinup to have that supercharger available 24/7.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I think that's a, well, it's not essential, but it'd be a really good thing to do.
Has anyone gone there late at night and seen if it's open?
I was there fairly late. It was, the car park was completely empty, so the shopping centre was closed, and it worked just like normal. So I wonder if it's just the official opening hours and whether anything changes.
There are barriers. There are actual physical. There's like a swing arm.
Yeah, swing.
It's not a boom gate, but they could technically or actually close it. But as to whether they do or don't yet, I guess we'll have to just do that experiment. Someone go there at 1 o'clock in the morning and see if it's
open.
If it's barried off.
And hope you don't get locked in.
Yeah.
You got Netflix? Just
And camp mode. Turn on the camp mode and away you go.
Camp mode, exactly.
But there's no signal down there.
Oh no, the cars get some
Cars get
signal.
Yeah, you just can't ring anyone.
No, and there's actually a really good. I mean, you've got camping mode. You've got other stuff like that, but
dog mode.
Something
You've got a web browser.
Yep. You can always ring Harold at 1 o'clock in the morning.
No. I can do better than that because we've got about 53 videos of Ask Us Anything.
Shameless plug.
That'll get you through the night.
Look, if that doesn't get you through the night, I don't know what possibly could.
Yeah, it costs you a fortune because you have to see a therapist for 3 months after that.
I mean, you've got to look at some of these episodes. I think we got one there, 4 hours and 19 minutes. I mean, if that doesn't warm the cockles of your heart, I don't know what possibly could. It's just bigger than Ben-Hur.
It's a cure for insomnia for sure.
You'll leave the supercharger with a flat battery, mate.
Where's that picture?
That was actually at the Cudale Tavern. So there's a few cars. This is Rob's Model S that's gone around Australia. This is my Model X that's gone around Australia. That is John Pierre's Model 3 that's also gone around Australia. This is Jason Stanley's Model X that's gone across Australia. So there you go. So I think my car's number 6, Rob's number 9 or 10, and John Pierre is 11 or so, or 12.
I think we're up to about 16 now, aren't we, Harold?
I think so, yeah, something like that, yeah. I'm not sure if Rob's in the room. No, he's not.
I want to force the majeure on that one because we can't travel around Australia now.
That's right.
Oh,
exactly.
But you know what you can do once Williams opens. Oh, and by the way, if I didn't make it obvious, don't bother going there until we tell you it's running. And trust me, we'll tell you as soon as it's running. We've already got the tweet ready. We got the video done. It's all good. as soon as it's ready to go, we'll tweet it out and get it out to everyone. Because if you do rock up there, you're going to be charging at 11 kilowatts at the destination charger. And take it from me, it gets a bit old when you need to sit there for 3 hours to.
Yeah, you don't have to go much further though. You only have to pop down the road to Cogen up, and you got 50 kilowatts.
Oh yeah, but it's the wrong way from Perth. It's the opposite direction. So, but basically, once Williams is done, you could do the triangle. You could go Williams, Eton, Perth, Williams, Eton, Perth, or just go Perth, Williams, Perth, Williams, Perth, Williams, and you could basically do imaginary road trips like they do in Europe or the States. So you could just.
I've driven that road far too many times to want to do Perth, Williams, Perth, Williams, Perth. No,
So-
I'm good, thanks.
So have I, because I've gotten used to where all the dead kangaroos are and the bends and. But Rich and Lindsay, you could.
They do that every
You're
most
right,
days.
100%. Just smash it in 10 minutes, get enough,
I don't know.
and just keep pinging backwards and forwards. And you could pretend to go from Perth to Sydney in 36 hours or whatever.
We can do
They
that.
do that.
Leave the
most
kids at
days.
home.
Mandurah to Midland most days. How many
Man is like
kilometres?
being on holiday every day anyway.
How many k's you up to now, Richie? How many
Hang on.
kilometres?
I think it's about 12,500. Hang on.
See, my trip should be 180 k's, but the reality of the car is it's about 220. Time you've got the heated seat on and
12,160 kilometers.
Jesus, that's good.
How long have you had it?
About a week.
A week and a half.
2 weeks.
What have we got?
Been around
When do we
Australia.
get
Couple of days.
6th of June or something like that?
Yeah, picked up
You
the
got-
same day as me.
Like buddy,
6th
mad
of June, I
dog,
think it
isn't
was. Was it 6th?
Thanks, man.
This is David here. Can anybody hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
David.
Yes, we can hear.
No,
Welcome.
Dave.
Last week I got a software update. Well, I was told I could get one. All I had to do was connect to the Wi-Fi, but I had to drive the car virtually into my lounge to be able to get it. Now, can you guys get Wi-Fi at through brick walls, or do you have to actually open the front door of your house and have the thing right there?
Yeah, so brick walls, anything that's not metal is perfect for Wi-Fi. So there's no issue with any brickwork or concrete. Well, actually, I'll take back concrete, but brickwork, standard houses is fine. The only issue is if it's concrete, you've got reinforcing steel in it, and that will affect Wi-Fi if there's any mesh or anything like that. So.
Hey, Harold, what about brick ties in brick cavities? Those steel.
Yeah, I definitely have problem.
You mean the ties?
Yeah, the pins.
Little ties that for a cavity wall where they tie the two bits, the two leaves or
Brick
the two.
ties. Brick ties.
Yeah, brick ties.
They're too far away, too far apart.
Yes, they're fine. They're totally fine. It's if you've got like a cast concrete wall, which is becoming more common in certain buildings. They've got reinforcing steel mesh, and that will interfere with Wi-Fi.
My building was built 100 years ago, and it's got absolutely no steel reinforcement.
Well, does your modem have external antennas? Like the swingy little multiple antennas. Just try and what you should always say if you've got 4 antennas, which many modems do have. Orient each antenna in a different direction. So one might be straight up, one might be straight out, and one might be straight to the left.
Okay.
So that they're at right angles to each other. So that'll give you the best chance of it throwing out the radiation in the most favourable or at least uniform pattern.
Yep.
A question: does your phone pick up Wi-Fi from the same place as your car, or is it? So the question is: your car weak, or is it just a problem with your Wi-Fi? So if you stand next to the car, have you got signal on your phone?
yeah, you can talk on your phone.
Yeah, I can get Wi-Fi on the phone. The Wi-Fi seems to be better on the phone than on the car. Can I ask another question though? Eventually, we parked the car in the front door, and we managed to get a download. But the next day, we tried to play a game, and it says waiting for update. Now, if the software has updated to the 1275 or whatever it was, surely all the games would have updated too, wouldn't they?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
So
Mine actually, I don't know if it makes any difference, but my last update sort of came in 2 parts. I don't know why. So almost like it installed the update and then it had to spend another 25 minutes at the end just to complete the install. So I don't know if it just needs a bit more of a bit longer of a time on the Wi-Fi.
It will always happen in 2 stages. So there'll be a stage where it downloads the file, and then there'll be a stage where it installs it. So
yeah, so I'm wondering whether he's actually downloaded it, but it hasn't, because of the Wi-Fi, it hasn't actually installed it fully.
Can I just give some advice to the person who was asking? I didn't see who it was about Wi-Fi, and that is to install a Wi-Fi analysis app. So I'll show you if I can. Can I share?
Yes, you can share.
Yeah, let's see if I can share my screen. Hang on a sec. So you get a Wi-Fi analysis app, and you can actually walk around with your phone.
Can't see it.
Doesn't look like I can share, but you can walk around with your phone, and it gives you a little graph of, and it'll name your Wi-Fi device. So or it'll show the SSID for that device, and it'll show you how strong it is. So it'll show you where in your house or where outside you can pick up Wi-Fi strongest. And I would advise that your modem, move it as close to a window as possible, as close to your carport or garage. And if you have issues, what you can also do is get a Wi-Fi extender. What I was doing when one side of the road couldn't get NBN, I shared my Wi-Fi with my neighbor by just hooking up an Ethernet cable with the back of the modem, and getting another modem and using it as a repeater and putting it out on my near the pavement with a very long Ethernet cable. So there's ways of getting Wi-Fi closer to the garage or to your carport that aren't that difficult, but it helps to have that Wi-Fi analysis tool, so you can actually see how far your Wi-Fi extends to.
Well, thank you.
There's one other option. If this is 20 minutes a month, you just want to download your software, you could just hotspot it to your phone.
Well, I tried hotspot and it didn't find the phone at all, which surprised me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What you can also do, David, if you've got a PowerPoint in your garage, and most garages do, you can go down to JCar or one of those stores and ask for an Ethernet over power device, or data over power, or whatever it's called. So basically what it does is it will use the copper circuits in your house. The only proviso is usually it has to be on the same circuit, but I have seen some that actually work across circuits, like in my house. I don't know how it works, but it just seems to work. But yeah,
RCDOs tend to block them quite well. So yeah, it's a bit hit and miss sometimes, but yeah, you're right. If it's on the same circuit, usually good.
Yeah.
Another pro tip is make sure your modem isn't on channel 13, because in America, channel 13 is used for some deliberate, very ultra short range communication, and the car doesn't use channel 13. So in Australia, 13 is permitted for general Wi-Fi use. So sometimes most of the modems will actually automatically assign a channel when they reboot, and they'll listen out, and they'll pick the quietest channel to broadcast on. And sometimes that might inadvertently be channel 13.
Yeah.
Because obviously we're in Australia and we've got the Australian region rules, and the car will just not respond to it whatsoever. So that's one little pro tip, is just avoid channel 13.
Thank you.
I think Ant's idea of doing a bit of a survey to see what signals are like You might just find the people next door have got a 5-watt power booster on their Wi-Fi and it's just drowning yours out. Maybe.
That could be possible too, yes. Or there's a strong source in the same direction as your car or the other side of your car from the modem. So the car is picking up more interference where it is than where you are inside your house.
Okay. Yep. Try all that.
Just a quickie retort to the range thing. I think, Lindsay, you do 180 Ks a day. My car just racked up, 180.
Oh, hey.
1,000.
Goodness me.
That was last night, just near Gosnells on the way back from Williams. So I've got a bit to catch up to Rob. He's done 222,000 couple of months ago, but I'm trying my best.
Harold, the question is, did you get a screenshot at 69,420?
That was, back in those days when I had 69,420 Ks, I used to have a lot more hair than I do now. But that was when the dinosaurs used to roam, and there were no fossil fuels because they hadn't grown up yet.
They hadn't invented cameras.
Exactly.
Hey, getting back, so we're talking about software updates. David mentioned it, so that gets me to my question. So at the beginning of the show, I said that I was going to update my software. Now, when I went into my phone, it had disappeared. I couldn't find it. So I went out to my car just before and it's disappeared. So I thought, okay, well, it must have already done it while I was on Zoom. But then I went into release notes and it didn't seem like it had the same release notes as from the last update. So it didn't look like there was anything new. Now, the version that I've got is 25.7. But I can't remember what the previous version was that I had. So I'm trying to work out whether it did in fact do an update or whether an update was available and now it's mysteriously gone.
The latest update is 24.3, which sounds backwards, but it's 2021.12.25.7, which is what you've got. And the latest one is 2021.12. .24.3. There's no 12 in there.
Oh, right. Because the numbering scheme went a bit skew-if because...
I thought we were going backwards for a second there.
Because
the 12.25.7 and this is just 24.3.
Because to be honest, I think the 12 was a bit of an outlier because what it is, it's normally the 2021 is obviously the year, but the next two digits is usually the week in the year. So if it's say 25 or 26, it should be the middle of the year. And if it's 51, it should be the last week of the year and so on. But Tesla seemed to sort of go into this weird thing where they had this 12 hanging around for ages, which is implying the 12th week, which is months ago. But they must have, I think you're right, Nigel, they've sort of corrected that anomaly. So,
because people were questioning why we've gone backwards, but in fact, we've gone from 12 to 24.
Now here's a question. Has anyone had experience where they try to install an update? Well, they've been told there's an update ready to install. They go and install it. They then get a notification that says that that update was unsuccessful. Because there's a bit of that been coming up lately, where the actual, for whatever reason, the file is corrupted and it's failed to update properly. No, I'll take there's a no. That's good. So at least no one here has. But there've been a few cars that have had that happen. And what will happen is sometime later, Tesla will just push another version of that update to fix that up.
So my question was, has anyone ever had an update that was available in the car and then they've gone back to try and install it and it'd been gone?
No, but when I got this last update, which is the 24.3, I got in the car a few mornings ago and it says it's there ready. And I was driving, and it actually then just programmed it to go at 11:59 at night. And it will do a scheduled update. So I don't know if yours had done a scheduled update.
Well, that's what I couldn't figure out, because I had it scheduled for after 11 p.m. So, and it's not even, it's just gone 10 o'clock. So, but it's just disappeared and doesn't look like I said, the release notes seem to be, identical from the previous version. So
the previous version was 25.6 and now you're on 25.7. I can't remember what the difference there was.
The 25.7 was the one with the Powerwall adjustments and that new game and a bit more new language support. So, but yeah, that hasn't.
Yeah, then it's just disappeared, Pete, because what I've got with 24.3 is the car wash mode. It's got keep Wi-Fi on. There's a whole long list in the release notes of bullet points. It's about a dozen of them, I think. Can't remember exactly.
You can turn the dimming off your mirror source as well.
That's right, wing mirror dimming.
Can you?
Sorry, did you say you've got 5, but 7 won't download, Pete?
No, I've got 25.7 is what I can't remember if that was the last version that I've had. It's my phone's telling me that I've got 25.7.
That was the last one before 24.3.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that's the version that I've had for over 2 weeks now. So. Yeah, but it was showing that there was another update available this morning, and I forgot about it. But I remember I had it scheduled for 11 o'clock, and then you reminded me about the update. So at the beginning of the show, I went into my phone to try and get it to start updating, but it wouldn't come up in my phone. So I went and checked in the car, and it's not there either. So
haven't been to Mandurah recently.
Because it would have been stolen.
Bermuda Triangle.
Can you look at your release notes on your phone or have to sit in your car?
No, it's only on the screen in the car that you get the release notes.
Yeah.
But the release notes are the same as last time, which was those 3 things: Powerwall, new game, and language support.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, please.
I've got 2 options to charge my car. One is the 8 amp thing in the garage on the ordinary voltage in the house. But I've got a 3-phase system in the garage, and I bought from Harold a connector for 32 amp connecting, and I get 15 amps on that, and it's much, much quicker, but it's still only 245 volts, even though it's 3-phase. But it seems to be much quicker than I would have expected with just twice the amperage. Does that make sense, Harold? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's 3-phase.
It's 3-phase. So
you get 16. Sorry, Harold, you carry on. You know more about it than I do.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So if you have, say, 32 amps single phase, so that's basically 240 times 32. So that's 7.6 kilowatts.
No, when I say 32, I'm just talking about the plug. But
yes. So if you plug in a 3-phase outlet and you're drawing 3-phase power into your car, it's drawing 16 amps times 240 volts, which is 3,800 watts. But there's 3 phases, so you multiply that by 3, so that's 11 kilowatts. So your car will be charging at about 70 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
So for every hour that you're charging, you'll get 70 or a bit over 70 kilometers of range.
Yeah, that confused me about the 240. I just thought I'd have 400 volts for some reason.
Oh yes, so yeah, it's a matter of nomenclature. So if you get a voltage meter and you measure phase to phase, I think that's called 415 or 440. It depends on, you know, whether it's 240 volts, 230 volts, whatever.
415.
But sorry, Jared?
415.
415.
It's 415. Yeah.
Actually, I think technically it's gone down, hasn't it? Because to get deep into the weeds, as a little aside, I think Australia's official grid voltage, which is not Western Australia's, but Australia's official grid voltage is now 230 volts, even though we're at 240. So,
or 250 something, depending where you are.
yeah, well, my place right now is at about 257 volts, and there's no solar. It must be at the very start of a long line where they just boosted up. But yeah, so three phase is that's where you get the best charging. You'll get 11 kilowatts, and that's basically 70 plus kilometers of range per hour. So that's really, yeah, it's fantastic.
Magic.
Yeah.
On that one, I think you've got the same charger as what I bought off Harold, which I'm very, very happy with. Thank you very much. Works great. The only catch is that the only way to unlock it from the car seems to be through my phone. Is there any other way
there's
that I can unlock it?
Rip tie inside the car in the boot.
Yeah, I'm looking for something easier, like
and on the screen.
On the screen in the car, you can stop charging and unlock the port.
Yep. So that the options are in the car, off my phone. That's it.
No. There's actually another option, although it's not cheap.
Crowbar.
No.
Call Harold.
No.
That's definitely not cheap.
I don't know. I'm pretty cheap. I'm kind of free. If you go to the shop and go charging, sorry, vehicle accessories and Model 3 keys, you can buy a key fob, and it's $235. Now, the reason why I mentioned that is that's a perfect segue back to this, which if you do buy the fob, you can then
I've got a feeling I know where this
internal promotion.
Let me tell you the price of it before I tell you what it means. FUD is what keeps people.
There are 5 ways to open the charge port when the car is unlocked. Press the Open Charge Port button on the touchscreen. Press the Open Charge Port button in the Tesla app. Press the boot button of the remote control fob. Press the Tesla charge plug button. Or briefly press on the charge port flap.
So there you go. That's another reason why you should like and subscribe and hit the notification bell on our YouTube.
Harold.
Those
Harold,
DVDs
you're forgetting one very, very important way of opening the charge port and stopping charging, and that is by voice. And in particular, my kids were rather amused at was open butthole,
yes.
which so you forgot that one as well.
That
Good
last
point,
one where you
and
push
that's
on the door.
Very sage advice.
Just to be clear, the opening's not the issue. It's the unlocking of once you've plugged in and I'm charged and it's the morning. I want to get back. I want to go from my what now takes me 10 seconds because I've got to open my phone up. I've got to get the app out and I've got to press unlock. I want to bring that back to my 5 seconds.
Otherwise, you know, I'm losing my 5 seconds a day. It's very annoying.
Hey, Shane, Siri, just ask Siri to do it.
No, wait.
And if it doesn't,
Sorry,
Google.
Pete, explain.
So you can ask Siri to open your car, and it may just work without you having to do anything. It may go directly through the Tesla app. If it doesn't work, then there's different apps that you can download. So Stats is one, which supports all sorts of voice commands, and then there's another one where you can actually
commands is another one.
Yes, yeah, and so what you can do is you can actually specifically make up the specific commands if you like. So, you know, you can say open or close butthole, and it will, you know, unlock your car or what have you. So have a look on the App Store or, you know, Android or whatever phone you've got, and just search under Tesla. What was it I looked for? Tesla voice commands, I think it was. I don't know, one of those anyway.
I'll just throw
Sorry,
something
so
in there. Sorry.
So the thing is to unlock the charger from the charge port.
Release.
Yeah, I
Release,
do that,
yeah, the
Shane, in the morning. Just
Yeah.
I think I know what Shane's saying. When you go to it in the morning, so it's finished charging, yeah,
Yep.
and the car's sort of asleep. Or what I do is I just open the back. I just open the back door to wake it up a little bit, and then I press the button on the charger, and that unlocks it.
Exactly, that's
But
what
you
I was
have
going
to
to say,
open
Joe.
the car to
Yes,
wake it
but-
up a little bit.
Yes, but Shane's got a non-Tesla mobile
Charger.
connector, so it doesn't have the button on the top. That's the issue. But I believe you can. I just tried to do a Google search very quickly and I didn't find it. But I believe you can source a remote control, like a 433.92 megahertz remote control that is in Tesla format, which will act the same way as when you press the button on a UMC.
That's
or the
the thing I want.
supercharger, and that'll unlatch.
That's the thing I want. That's something like
Yes.
that I can screw to the wall. I can walk up to it, I can go press,
Yes,
unplug, hang up,
Yeah.
on my way.
So for $235, you can buy Tesla's fob for your Model 3. That's a bit expensive. There'll probably be one that you can buy for $23 that will just open your charge port.
In
And
two
that
would
save
him
him
5 seconds a day.
It'll open it. It'll also unlatch it. It's a dual purpose. It depends on what
Yeah,
mode.
yeah. It's the unlatch. No, sorry.
Yes.
The car's unlocked.
Yes.
It's the unlatch of the
Yes.
charger.
Yeah.
Richard Cooper
Okay.
would have
Sorry, what do I
something-
need to search? What do I need to Google,
Have
Harold?
something that would, for $22, that would do the job. No, without a doubt. Richard Cooper, take the floor.
No, I know nothing about electronics. I can pull things to pieces, but I know nothing about electronics.
Pete was just saying how what a great job you did on his screen during the week. Now when
Yeah.
he turns the screen, the roller door goes up and the kettle goes on.
Oh, sorry, I must have wired it wrong, Pete. Sorry about that.
That's right. We'll get it right second time around.
Yeah.
No, it's
Just
brilliant.
before-
I can't stop playing with it. It's awesome.
Oh, that's good. It was fun doing
Just
it.
before I go, for Jared, this
Oh, yes.
here is the grid fin of the rocket to Starship. That is
super heavy
tens of
grid.
tons of metal, and it's one grid fin.
And it doesn't fold in. It just
And it
goes
doesn't fold.
It'll be available on Nigel's update screensaver profile that you'll download soon.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the one. But you need to
Patreon.
support me on Patreon first.
Patreon.com/Nigel.
There's a lots of things I live for in my life, and one of them's Wednesdays to see what Nigel's going to put up behind his head. What's Elon going to look like? That's one thing that I live for at the moment, definitely.
All right, I'll catch you next week, guys.
All right, catch you, Nigel.
Take care.
See you, Nigel.
Yeah, Nigel, thank you.
Hey, Shane, there's an app called Remote for Tesla,
Let's
and
see.
that's one of them, and that's got a open unlock charge port command.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Tesla app.
Yeah, one
all
other
you
thing,
need to
guys.
do is say, hey,
Is that an Apple
Carry
app?
on, Pete.
I know, all you have to say is go, hey Siri, unlock charge port, and you're sorted.
Yeah, there's one other thing. If anybody's got an Apple Watch, then there's apps for that you can just say, "Hey Siri," and I'll use the Apple Watch app to do the charge port thing as well.
And that Remote for Tesla app, that was the first Tesla app to support the Apple Watch. So yeah, it works. All the commands work off your watch as well as on the phone. Yep.
Thank you.
There you go.
Cool. So has anyone else got any questions? Jason, you're all cool with your car?
I got a question. I guess I've been.
Sorry, Russell. In 2 seconds, mate. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, obviously, on the energy graph, when they're just trying to get to grips, I'm guessing the lower the number, the more efficient you're driving the Tesla. Would that be right?
Yes, but don't be too concerned if you've got a really crappy figure. So, for example, if it's a cold morning and you're driving slowly, there will be. Sorry, what sort of car have you got? You got a Shanghai made in China Model 3?
Yeah, got made in China Model 3 long range.
Just recently, you only got it recently, didn't you?
Been driving it for 4 weeks.
Cool. So it has a less significant effect, but obviously in when it's really cold, you're trying to put heat into the cabin to heat yourselves. And if you're driving very slowly and you've got the air conditioning, whether it's heating or cooling for that matter, if it's running flat out and you're driving slowly, then a higher proportion of energy use is going into non-driving loads. So your economy will naturally look a bit crappy. Obviously, if you're doing a lot of acceleration, or if you're going up hills, it'll look crappy. If you're going down hills, it'll look awesome. So don't be too concerned about the absolute figure. It's more really the relativity of, between your car and say my Model X. So you may,
what would you say is a good average figure
for a Model 3? Ladies, gents, what do you get? 140?
Yeah.
Yeah, 140 up to anywhere down to 120 up to 150 on like wet roads and whatnot, and then when I'm towing stuff, 250.
But James, you've got the Standard Range Plus, haven't you?
I do have an SR Plus, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got a long range, so with the dual motor, so it's allow a little bit more, so closer to about 150 for a dual motor.
Depends how fast you're going.
I think this one here, this is a brand new car. This only had 100 and, oops, sorry. This car, come on, 106, no.
And also
193, sorry, 190 Ks.
Also depends on the PSI on the tyres as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Running what you're running on.
Yeah, but so just be like a normal car. If you've got a heavy foot,
I wouldn't be upset with 135 like that. What we're seeing there, that'd be, that's probably a little bit higher than, but it's okay. It's about where it would be.
What's your lifetime one about?
My lifetime is about 150. That's why I mentioned 150. Mine's a performance, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. So is mine. Mine's about 167. Am I a bit heavy on the foot?
Possibly there, Pete. Possibly.
That happens when you first.
Can I ask another question as well, guys? With the FSD, I haven't got that yet. I've obviously seen about the subscription likely to come to Australia once it's been from America and so forth. How many of you have got the FSD? Is it worth it, or would you leave it alone?
Well, the the equations change slightly because, well, put it this way, at the moment, you're really buying into the future. The features that FSD has that you don't, if you haven't got it now, what you're missing out on is with FSD, the car will come to an automatic stop at red traffic lights and also stop signs, roundabouts. It'll do automatic. Sorry?
Give way signs.
Sorry, give way signs. It will also do automatic parallel and perpendicular parking.
Allows you to lane
and also lane changes. So you can also use what's called navigate on autopilot. So this sort of works if you're on, say, the freeway, and it will automatically indicate and go off the off ramp. And say if you're going freeway south, Cronulla Freeway, it will automatically take the off ramp to the road highway and continue driving without you effectively touching the steering wheel or telling it to change lanes.
And it can automatically overtake, so it will monitor both lanes. And if the truck in front of you is going at 90 and your autopilot you've got set, or your cruise control you've got set at 110, it will notice that the right lane is moving faster. It will monitor the traffic and accelerate, brake as it needs to, or automatically put the indicator on and overtake and then come back in.
And to be fair to say, for the guys that have got it, it's well worth having.
It's an expensive toy, but it's a lovely toy.
Yes, that's well put, Richard.
I don't have it, but the reason why I don't have it is because I listened to a couple of these people on this panel, and that's the reason why I don't have it. I'm going to wait until it's ready to be more advanced, and as Harold told me, they'll let me know before the price goes up. But I actually think that I'll just do a subscription. I think I'll try it out and see if I really like it or not. Because if I don't like it, I don't use it. I don't want to spend $10,500 on something I'm not going to use.
Hey, Jared, you'll use it, but it's probably not worth 10 grand. But you definitely use it.
From what I've been reading, it's supposed to be really good coming up in the future. So
yeah. And the other consideration is, so the 10,100 that you pay now, if you wait too long for the system to prove itself, it's not going to be 10,100. So the latest update is going to increase by about $3,000. So it was 2,000 in US. So when we get the button, or when we get FSD beta available in Australia. So I think Elon tweeted, 3 days notice at least, something like that. But yeah, so it's exactly like Harold said, and exactly like Richard said. So it's an expensive toy, but it's a great toy. And like Harold said, you're buying it for the future. So, when Harold and Ken would have bought their autopilot, it would have been $4.5 grand or whatever it was.
So we had different stages. Everyone now
that's right.
Free.
Shillings back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I had to buy what was called autopilot, and then I also paid for enhanced autopilot, and then I paid for full self-driving. So I had 3 lots of several $1,000s, which probably added up to, it's probably more than 9 grand in total.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a fair bit. It was a fair bit of money, but that was back when it was roamed, and we used lead acid batteries.
So when I bought mine, I paid 7,100. I think it was.
Yes.
So, but that,
I haven't bothered to look through the invoices, but they were pretty high. It was many thousands of dollars. And when I bought my car 4 years ago, it didn't even do basic cruise control, because it was the new autopilot 2. It was a new computer system that they had to teach how to drive. But Jason, the good thing is, if you've got something better to do with the $10,000 at the moment, then by all means do something better with it.
Tesla shares.
Yes.
Yeah, they're up $20 today, by the way.
It's from a low base, but like sort of said, that has been said before. The great thing is it's not like you're going to wake up in the morning and it's suddenly going to be $15,000 and that's it. You know, in your mind, you've lost the $5,000 opportunity. You will get some warning, which means that there'll be a lot of people that will then sort of have a bit of a crisis going, well, do I just pay the 10 now and
yeah, that's
one
me,
great thing
Jared.
is you will be insured against any further price increase. So, and Tesla has promised that for what they call full self-driving, they mean it. And in fact, in my car, I paid for full self-driving. I had a hardware 2 version 2 computer, and they've changed it for free with the brand new version 3, which all your cars currently have, all the Model 3s. And that didn't cost me anything because I've already effectively prepaid it. But
you got it, Shane? You got FSD?
No, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm waiting for Harold to tell me that I've got 3 days to make up my mind and cough up.
So then, Lindsay, have you got it? Have you guys done? No. So probably the subscription thing, I reckon, is the best chance to try it out and see if it's worth
Yeah,
it.
I think that's what Rich should do, is just
go
for the month and see how it goes.
We signed up Paramount subscription the other day for 7 days, and we watched it for 3 days. And you go, what a waste of money! $8 for this crap, you know, like and turned it off. It's like, you know, it's just
well, there's a channel called
You can go back through the back catalogue of the Ask Us Anything.
Yes, I was just going to say there's a 53 episode back catalogue of Ask Us Anything that's completely free.
Exactly.
It's free as fresh air.
It's
They should be paying you to watch it, Jared.
Can I ask one more? Can I ask?
Yes, go, Jason, go.
So I've just ordered some jacking pads for the car, just in the event that you know, something, I have to get some the tires and so forth. Has anybody invested in those jack pads? Have I wasted my money, or is it a good idea?
Richard Cooper.
Good thing.
He's a puck man. Puck. Pete's got a special jack that can go really low. So no, you haven't wasted your money, I don't think.
No.
Definitely not.
If you rotate your tires,
does that mean should I be investing in such a beast?
Yes,
well,
I don't have these things.
You can't really jack it effectively without them. And if you ever want to rotate your tires yourself rather than getting someone else to do it,
I guess if you had a blown tire and RAC came out, they'd have that puck. Would anyone know that? No.
No, they just have like a pad.
It's it's just risky. You're just less risk if you've got the located puck.
I guess what, $15, it's probably worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Hey,
yes.
Harold, what's that universal tire called that comes with?
Modern spare.
Modern spare.
Modern spare. That's it.
See you, Carmen. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, it's a modern spare, Pete. That it landed in Australia costs about $850. But it's a good reminder that as a member of the club, you actually get to use the spare tire for free for road trips, as well as charging adapters, cables,
picnic baskets, access to Harold's credit card. If you get stuck, Harold will quite happily help you with credit card details.
Free charging at UWA. It's good. Yeah.
A big shout out to Christopher, who is not watching tonight, but he might watch on YouTube later, along with Elon Musk and others. He did come out with the goods. He sent me a message the other day saying he signed up, so it was all good. So my credit was good. Well, his credit was good. He's now a very excited new member. So that's great.
His only cost was he had to watch the previous 54 episodes.
He doesn't know that yet. That's in the fine print. That's the bit he doesn't realise.
He gets the therapy package.
Hey, Harold, is that because you put the guilt on him last week?
No, it just happened. As you remember last week I sort of did describe my story, and a few of you chuckled and went, "Well, there goes your money." But no, it came good. And I must admit, I kind of wrote it off myself because I thought, oh, I did send a text a few days ago and I didn't get a response. But look, he was on holidays and busy, so that was cool. But he is a shiny new member. So and looking forward to our next casual meetup, which, well, actually we've got the Mondo Nougat thing coming up, Pete. 28th.
It's on the 28th, is it, in 10 days? Yeah, it's a Saturday.
Yeah, on that
28th.
one, how many spaces have we got left for the nougat making?
Yeah, I'll tell you in 2 seconds.
So there was 2 classes, one at 9:30 and one at 10:30. And I think the 10:30 class, while Harold's looking up the numbers, so I think the first or the second day was half subscribed, but Harold will have, or Ken will have, the most up-to-date numbers.
We've got 11 tickets sold. I think we've got 8 in the 10:30 slot and 2 in the 9:30 slot. And each slot has a capacity of 16.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
What date's this meet?
28th of August. Oh, actually, what I should do, Jason, when did you join? No, you're muted. Okay.
You're muted.
2 days ago.
So you didn't get the email. So what I will do is find the link.
Actually, Harold, while you're looking for that link, if I can just say, I forgot to say earlier,
yes.
Channel 7 were obviously absolutely amazing, filming that whole episode, and I dare say it was probably the most prominent showing that EVs have had in WA so far, near primetime TV. So, if you feel free to spread the word and get as many people to watch the online episode as possible, and to interact with their social media pages, so their Twitter and their Facebook, because they basically said, I mean, they didn't have to say, it's pretty obvious, but the more engagement they have on social media and the more people that watch those videos, then they're justified to produce more EV content in the future. So that's obviously what we want.
Hey Pete, can I just ask? Sorry, Jared. Can I just ask a question about the footage that they showed on the night of the the episode? Did they? I presume there was a lot more dialogue that actually went on than what they actually edited, right? Were you happy with what they put in the program?
Yes. So I was. So to be perfectly honest, I was surprised that they cut me and some of the others off half sentence. I didn't think they would do that. I thought they would just let you sort of finish the sentence and then cut it. But I have to say that all the editing that they did it with integrity, in that it was really only done so they were in a hard situation because they didn't know whether they'd get this minister or not so this was filmed prior to the Olympics about 3 weeks ago. And the minister recorded her episode, when was it, Harold? About a week ago, something like that.
Yes, yeah.
So they had to make room for her. And we shot about 25 minutes, which I think got compressed down to about 7 or 8 minutes. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is they didn't take away from any of the main points that any of the speakers made. So the only editing that I perceived that was made for one reason only, is because they had limited space that they had to confine it to. So, but yeah, it was edited quite heavily. So yeah, 25 minutes down to about 6 or 7 minutes or something.
But you felt like it was a balanced kind of view of what had been said overall.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my point. Yeah,
that's cool.
So there wasn't. I can't think of anything. I mean, we'd all like to have had more airtime, and there was, you know, a lot of other things that I said that I wish would have been broadcast. But you know, the reality is, it's commercial TV. You only get that much airtime, and it's got to be, you know, it's for a mainstream audience, so it's got to be punchy. It's got to be to the point. So you can't waffle on too much, like I do on Ask Us Anything every Wednesday night. So, but yeah, no, they were good. They were really good. Yeah.
When I was watching it, Pete, because I've watched both. I've watched it when you were speaking live, literally, while it was being recorded, and when I actually watched the episode, I couldn't help but fist pump and go, "Yeah, you got that point of, you know, the total cost of ownership, and the fact that you bought your car because there were no compromises, and it's those messages that are key, you know, to people that haven't experienced EVs."
I thought you did a great job, Pete. You certainly represented Tesla absolutely to a high standard. And I thought your public speaking was spot on. I really did. I thought it was really good. I watched it live and I thought it was great. I thought it was really good. And it certainly needed that, definitely. So well done.
That means a lot, Jared. Thank you very much. I've almost had a pathological fear of public speaking. So that definitely means a lot. And first time in the studio. So, but yeah, they were really, really good in trying to make me feel comfortable. And, you know, having Harold there was good.
Yeah, I was silently in the background going, "Go, Pete, go." This is cool. I was so relaxed. It was not funny.
It looked
We're still yet to watch it.
Oh, really?
Yes, we've just been so up to the neck in it. Is there a link on the website?
Okay. Well. Put it this way: this video, as in this session, you came late to the Ask Me thing, so it's at the start. So if you like, I mean, you can actually watch it on 7 Plus, but you can. What I'll do is tonight or first thing tomorrow.
Just for the record.
Sorry, go.
So just for the record, it's episode 1, season 5.
Okay, on 7.
Yeah.
Yep.
On 7 Plus. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Now back to you, Jason. Just momentarily, I'll just share the email which I'd sent out, which was this, and this is also useful for anyone watching later on YouTube. So it's just try booking BTPQM. But what I'll do is I'll actually copy that that hyperlink and put it into chat. So that's for the Mondo Nougat booking.
And while Harold's doing that, Andy, I think you had another question.
Yeah, Pete. Well, I was just going to blow smoke up your back passage and say that hopefully that's dispelled the ghost for you. Really, I remember hearing you speak on the radio program about maybe 3 months ago, and then that was an excellent effort too. You're doing a great job, mate.
Oh, thank you, Andy. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I thought you handled the questions very well, Pete. The fact you didn't give him the exact numbers on things and the way that you replied back to the cost of things. I think it was just professional the way you handled it. It was good, really well done. And it's very daunting to be on in a studio. I mean, I worked at Channel 4 for 3 years and I've seen people freeze up all the time on TV. So I thought you were great. I know it wasn't live, but you handled it well. So
it was recorded live.
but it wasn't broadcast live.
But no. Yeah.
It still feels the same though, Jared. It's the same intensity because for all intents and purposes, if you fluff it, it's
Yeah, but they generally cut it out and start again, sort of thing. They just cut those bits when you do fluff it. But no, I thought you did great.
Well, there was a part in it where Pete was bemoaning the fact that he couldn't really afford a Tesla, and he goes, "Oh, I could have been a contender, and my share trading wasn't good enough, and I just couldn't afford to get a Tesla," and I got all upset, and he got all teary, and then Tim, to his credit, said, "Look, okay, Pete, we'll just pause there, and we'll towel you down and let you relax and give you a massage.
He gave me a hug. He consoled me, and he sang me a lullaby.
There you go.
No, but to their credit, also one of the things that I said, I actually gave Flashpoint a plug. When I was talking about the features of the car, I said, look, I've got a screen that you can watch Netflix on, play games on, and you can, watch Flashpoint on your big 15-inch screen. And they even cut that out. So, and that would have been in their interest, obviously, keep that bit. But they left the bit about the Tesla Owners Club of WA. I think there's still a indent in the ceiling in the studio there when Harold punched the air.
Yeah. I punched the air so rapidly that my little pinky just fell off.
It's still stuck in the ceiling.
That's right. Somewhere in the ceiling of Channel 7, there's the rest of my pinky that's waiting for me to return. Anyway. No, it was good. No, it was a great effort. And yes, suffice to say that Pete is Topper's official
There's another one.
spokesman.
Shane stuck his finger up there as well.
Yes, we're not salamanders, clearly. They don't grow back.
No.
But no, look, it was great. And the great thing is, a lot of people watch Channel 7. Perhaps they were skeptical. And look, even the thing with
very convenient with the government dropping the highway thing.
Say, Jared?
It's very convenient, Flashpoint one night and the next day the government dropping the super highway the next day.
Just hang on 2 seconds.
Let's go
Damien,
there.
apologies to you and other people in recording land.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, Lindsay, you were saying about where the locations are. Where they actually are is this is the planned rollout at the moment, and they are at all these places, which are sort of the obvious ones. You've got, Williams, Kojonup, Jerramungup, which is good, Ravenston, Esperance, blah-de-blah, going to Kalgoorlie down to Norseman, and then up the Northwest Coastal Highway. So it's only the coast way.
Yeah.
All the way up basically to Kununurra.
I'm going to shout out for Jerramungup. I'm going to say, if you're going to stop in Jerramungup and charge, make sure you go and see the military museum. It's fantastic.
Yeah, cool.
I'll say it's good.
And the pub.
And the pub's good too.
Yeah, there's too many old mates in the pub. It could get embarrassing.
Well, maybe you want to hook up to a slow charge then, because otherwise you have to walk back to your car and unplug.
There's already 11 kilowatts in the out the back of the pub.
Yes, there is. Yes.
I think Lindsay was asking about the new supercharger though.
Sorry, that's what I.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
And maybe one on the freeway.
It's at Williams. Oh,
Is there one on the freeway?
one that's not yet built. Oh, sorry.
Or is it still hush hush?
I think it was hush hush, but now we recorded it and we've told the world, hey, one on the freeway. Where about?
There will be one south in the southern suburbs of Perth,
Somewhere.
near the freeway.
You speak like a politician, Harold.
Probably near the freeway. Depends on what you call near, but yeah, near the freeway south. And there'll also be one to the east of Perth.
Oh, brilliant.
So you, Lindsay, will probably think it's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
But not one in Mandurah.
Me thinks it might be in a good spot for me too, eh?
Yes.
That was Shane.
It won't be Gidgee though.
No, it's not in Gidgee, no.
Not in Gidgee? Oh, dang it.
It's not quite in the hills.
I think Shane was asking too much rental for his acreage.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Hey, there's
Shane's
Gidgee
work
Primary is a pretty small school. There's like not too many kids in there, and there's at least another Tesla that drops off kids at the school.
Isn't your work putting a charger on still, Shane?
They are indeed.
And they're in Belmont?
They're not very far from your work, no, or your house for that matter. No, just you're gonna have to wait a good 6 months, I'd say, before that happens. But yeah, yes,
And
there will be.
is that going to be a-
Well,
Is there
so
going to
I've
be
been
public
told that
charges?
Indeed, yes, yeah, they're
Oh,
putting a
nice.
whole bunch of solar panels on the roof, and they figure that the company's not going to use that kind of power, so we'll just they're putting all the switchboards apparently to be able to run 50 kilowatts. Yeah,
Nice.
apparently.
Cool. So Lindsay, you wouldn't have seen the Williams supercharger there.
Oh, I've seen the like progressions of it on the Facebook posts.
Yeah, cool. Did you see? Oops, why isn't that working?
Is it finished now?
It's physically finished. It's
in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, it's just going through its gardening stages.
So it's still sandy as per that
Yeah.
rollover.
Well,
whoopsie
Couple of
daisy.
days.
Oh,
Whoop.
hey,
Your
whoa.
desktop looks like mine.
What's that Russian porn site you got up there, Harold?
Same as yours, Jared.
Yeah.
Don't get excited. It's the same as yours.
Whoops.
It's just not working for me at the moment.
So you've got Olga on yours as well.
Yeah, Olga.
Don't worry, another time.
No, I'll get it
It's
running.
worth seeing the photos. It's really good. You'll
Here we
love
go.
it.
This Windows Media Player should be able to play it. There we go.
Ken
I'll
is
send you a link to Irma Ladouche.
Oh, you're playing the full. What are we doing, Harold?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get get it working.
Your desktop again, Harold.
Now we really get to have a good look at your links.
Oh,
Yeah, he's got the going on. Oh, he's got the one.
Just remember the
Minecraft.
current.
What's that
Yeah,
German
Harold.
schnauzer, Harold?
Yeah, sorry. I'll just.
Schnauzer with a Wiener Schnitzel.
movies.
Oh, movies.
I'll just take this opportunity, guys, to say thanks for inviting me, Bob. Let me join the club, and hope to catch up with you on the 28th.
Definitely.
Yeah, no worries. That'd be awesome, Jason. Welcome, and yeah.
We'll chew on some nougat.
Yeah, no worries. Cheers, guys.
All right, cheers.
Thanks,
Take care.
Jason.
Yeah, Jason.
This thing is just not working for me.
Am I missing something? Did we skip the whole new people thing?
No, we
No.
did that at the start.
Who's Elsie?
I missed that. Okay.
Quite a few people on tonight.
There's
25.
quite a few people on tonight, and there's a few hangers on that are pretty keen. I was wondering if they might have any questions.
Oh, Russell.
I have been waiting patiently. I've got a 1-year-old, and usually I'm bed at 8 o'clock, so I am patiently waiting for an opportunity to ask a question, but I can wait a bit longer if you like.
Two
No,
Jump in, otherwise you're going to miss out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're just too rude to let anyone say anything. So you've got to jump in, Russell.
It's frozen, Harold.
It's okay at my end. Must just be.
Natural dirt, Linz. There's no tar going down. Is that your drone there, Harold?
Oh no, that was Channel 7's. It was professionally done.
Oh, okay. Really?
Look like
I mean,
your work.
I
Harold.
worked at Channel 7 18 years ago. It was a little bit different They really let their shit go these days.
It was actually an egg beater.
It was Harold on a hang glider.
You can tell that after 4 p.m. the whole place just clears out. Like it literally, there's no one there. And I was actually charging on the destination charger because I needed it to get home. So I figured I might as well do a bit of drone stuff. So sorry, Russell, go. You just shoot all your questions.
Thanks, guys. Firstly, I've enjoyed the conversation. It has gone a little bit past the bedtime, like I said, but definitely worth it. I guess I bought a Tesla. Well, I'm buying Tesla. I decided to buy them because pretty much my child, like for the future. And I guess I was suffering a little bit from the Osborne effect. Just was waiting for that like next bit, and I thought, nah, stuff it. I'm just going to do it. Don't care anymore. Buying something. I could have held out for the Model Y, which might have been more suitable for my situation, but yeah, it's getting the Model 3, so is what it is.
Welcome to the club. Don't worry, you won't regret it. I love my Model 3. I was waiting for the Y as well.
Yeah, cool.
It's great.
One thing I have found from this is that I guess inadvertently, this is probably the first thing that the baby boomers have done for the future generations that I can probably note. Sorry, it was meant to be a joke. Anyway, whatever. Move forward.
They're a lot older. Russell, let me give you the tip. They're a lot older here, and things are a bit slower. So you just
So my question is about my pickup. So I've been watching. There's a channel on YouTube. A guy called Sandy Munro. I don't know if you've seen his channel before. He does tear downs and stuff.
Yes.
He was quite critical about some of the bodywork issues with Model 3s.
Yep.
And I've been following, I guess, Nhtsa online and social media channels for a while now, and I've been a bit reluctant to ask the questions because I found that people are quite, I guess, aggressively defensive about anything you might say that's critical.
No, we're not.
No.
What do you mean by that? You dare say that again.
Actually, it's completely untrue. If you look at my Model X, which was built in Fremont in 2016, I didn't get it until 2017. There is not a single panel that lines up correctly. Nothing. Nothing lines up. Nothing.
Okay.
Pete will tell you about his paint that Elon Musk himself admitted in a quarterly earnings call. He said that when we were trying to push through the cars, the paint could have probably done with another 30 seconds of curing before the next step. And Pete's acutely aware of that fact, because you only have to look at his paint harshly and it just falls apart. The great thing about the new cars now, the Model 3s, is they are all made in China. And, there was like the saying of the Japanese cars in the early days, oh, that's just Jap crap. And of course, Japan just ruled the world with car manufacturing, from the 1970s and 80s onwards. And China is doing the same, even though you've had your Cherries and your other weird and wonderful cars that came out that, had 0-star ratings for safety. Your car will be made in China and its panel gaps will be close enough to perfect or very, very good.
Hey, Harold, despite your panel gaps and Pete, your horrible paint, would you send your car back or are you glad you've had it?
No way, never. No one's getting their hands on my baby.
So Russell,
So it's irrelevant.
So Russell, I'll answer your question for you pretty simple. There's 4 people that I'm looking at now that have bought cars recently like me. The other 3 people that I can see haven't bought their car recently, bought it a long, long time ago. A lot of knowledge, a lot of sad stories, how they got their car delivered in the back of a tilt tray, signing for it. They went through all the hard yards that we didn't go through. Now we've got the latest cars and they're right. They're spot on. They're absolutely spot on. And now there's a Tesla store and there's Tesla people and there's backup and there's superchargers happening. And we've got on at the right time. These guys got on a lot earlier than us. Richard Cooper waited 2,400 days for his car.
No, 1,309. Stop exaggerating.
He was 17 when he first ordered his car. Look at him now. He's only 29.
He's not very well preserved.
But, Lindsay and Richard got theirs the same time as me. Andy was about a week later. Shane was about this 4 days after me. You know, we're all happy with the product now. So the product.
I thought I'd found a rattle in my car the other day.
Oh.
But the car, the thing is, the car's so quiet. It was coins in my little, in the little. I bought a little extra center console thing, and it was coins rattling around the center console.
So where'd you buy that from, Shane?
Oh, I don't know, eBay, I think.
Oh, okay. Because there's another pro tip. There's a website called Tesla's.
Tesseries. Yeah. I bought a bunch of stuff off Tesseries. Yeah, it might have been them.
Tesla's as well. There's Tesseries and Tesla's. They're both Australian websites.
So what you need to understand, Russell, is you just ask the questions here, and these people will tell you what goes on. I didn't know that when I bought the car. I would ring them up and speak to the sales team there. And as funny as some of those guys are at the sales team, they would take great amusement me ringing up saying one side of my reverse lights doesn't work. Well, only one side has one reverse light. So things like that you don't know. But I would have rather just asked it at this forum in front of these people than ring up the sales team and look like an idiot.
Yeah.
And,
Hey,
It's
Jared,
better to look like an idiot here, isn't it, Jared?
Service request because my reverse light didn't work.
Well, I was the fourth person on the day I rang up and spoke to the head of sales and said, I've got a fault with the reverse light. And he said, no, you're the fourth person to ring up today to say the same thing. So
Yeah,
that's
the other one's a fog light.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. And Jared, that's the most common after sales question they get.
I'm glad I get that one. That's good.
What's that saying where
2 weeks?
No. Where it's okay. It's preferable for people to think you are an idiot rather than to have no doubt or something like that.
All I know, Russ, is I've learned more from this group than I've learned from delivering the car from Tesla. And I get what the scenario is when they deliver the car, they don't spend much time with you. And, you know, you take it for a test drive, they say you like it, but you learn more from this group by asking the questions. And a lot of them are dumb questions, but then you work out why and you understand why from their experience.
Yeah, sure.
The other thing is,
these guys.
So Russell, you haven't bought your car yet, or you have?
He's about.
No, my car's due to be picked up next Tuesday.
And Russell, it's a moving target.
When it comes to delivery, these guys are right. It will be quite fast. Well, if you want it to be fast. When I went to get mine, I was fully expecting it to be a 5-minute exercise, but I was a bit nervous about jumping into this car and just taking off into the sunset. I wanted to calm my nerves and, you know, chill out. So I didn't pull out onto the highway and just stack it within 3 minutes. And they were more than happy. And, you know, Harry came over to me and he said, "Oh, how you going? I'm really glad I caught you before you left. You know, is there anything you want to see?" And I was like, no, I'm good. I'm just chilling out. And he's like, "No worries." It's the difference between a commissioned salesman and someone who's paid to sell cars.
And I agree with you, Shane. It was quite a quick process, but if you didn't really need it to be, you could hang around as long as you felt comfortable.
Yeah, I did not
They
feel
didn't
rushed at
stand
all.
with you the whole time, but they're not ushering you out the door and saying, "Hurry up, we've got another car, we've got to get in."
But there was no ribbons and no champagne.
No ribbons, no champagne. Just you and I.
I've never bought a car with ribbons and champagne, Jared. Some of us don't have that sort of luxury.
When you buy a Sahara, you get dancing girls, ribbons, champagne, a weekend away in Bali. We've got everything.
With the dancing girls.
In fairness, Jared, it's because they're trying to
Sales
distract
guy
you from the
becomes your personal friend. It's fantastic.
Mate, it's because they're trying to distract you from the fact you just bought a Sahara.
Yes.
Which I'll get trade in and get a Cybertruck, which I'm still waiting for.
Is that like a hotel in Vegas where you get the room for free, but you end up paying for the hotel?
Yeah, and the ashtrays stuck to the floor.
But Russell, with regards to like the panel gaps and everything on these new ones that are coming through, Rich here is very, very pedantic. He would have probably got out there with a tape measure and measured them all. And he sort of checked them all when we picked up the car. And he was blown away with how accurate they were with regards to all the bad press that has been in the past. Okay. The paint's brilliant. Yeah. I mean, you might want to PPF it.
And I've been under the car a few times as well, and they're fine. There's nothing wrong.
Okay. So I guess the ultimate question. Sorry, yeah, the ultimate question I had in regards to the pickup was that I guess my intention before this conversation was to spend a fair amount of time actually inspecting the vehicle, make sure it's suitable to be like taken an ownership of it before it's taken out of the dealership. Based on these comments, it's probably not something I really need to pay too much concern about other than the basics. Is there a big whopping dent in the side of it?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
that's about
Russell,
it.
and in addition to that, mate, seriously, and I wasn't aware of this until the day, but you've got something like 800 kilometers.
1,000.
You've got something like 800 kilometers. You can drive away within 5 minutes if you really want to.
1,000.
And 8,000, is it? Right.
No,
1,000. Okay, yeah.
1,000 kilometers.
But what I'm saying is you've got a good, I mean, unless you're going to do 1,000 Ks in a couple of days.
Yeah, okay.
You've got a little while to just take your car away, somewhere quiet, go and buy coffee and just walk around it and just take your time. Does it have to
be, well, they just give you a full refund if you don't want it anymore? Is that how it works?
Russell.
Not anymore.
What I would suggest is you take a bunch of photos.
Yes.
Because that proves that you haven't, that you didn't make the dent. If it is a dent or some such, you take the photos, but then the Australian consumer law, I mean, this thing's it's a $60,000 car or 70 or 80 or depending on what you're buying, it's a $100,000 car. Right. It's not a $5 toaster from wherever. The Australian consumer law says that you should expect this thing to last a decent time. You should expect it to meet a certain quality.
Yeah.
Regardless of what the warranty says, your coverage here in Australia is actually really good as a consumer. The only argument you might have is if there's a great big scratch down the side of it that either the Tesla people made while they were delivering it to you, or you made it, 5 minutes after you drove it out the gateway. That's the only argument you can potentially have. So walk around the car, take a few photos, chill out, drive calmly. It'll be difficult, but drive calmly. And then, Rob or whoever said, Pete said, go home and look at it tonight, the next week, the next month. If you find something wrong with the car a month later, and you ring them up and say, hey, this thing's not working the way it's supposed to, they'll fix it. And they're obliged to fix it.
What's the 1,000 kilometer thing you're talking about before?
You've got 1,000 kilometers to bring up any faults.
Okay.
Where they'll basically treat that as happening at delivery.
Okay, so it's not like if you find something wrong, you can decide, oh no, I don't want to buy this car anymore, get a refund. That's not a thing, right?
Well, you can look. I think you can do that, or you can.
Not-
Sorry, or you
not
can
anymore,
reject.
Harold.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So you can.
You
can reject the delivery. You can basically say, I don't want this car because I'm not happy with it.
Yeah.
And then I think you go in the sin bin, don't you, Pete, for the same model? If you
you can't get that same model for another 12 months. You can't order under the same.
But Russell, there's a great thing that a few years ago I bought an engagement ring for my wife, and I didn't actually buy it from this shop, but the lady who I was looking at a ring, and you get the magnifying glass. This is a ring on a finger, right? You get your magnifying glass and you're looking really closely for flaws in the diamond and all that sort of stuff. And she quite rightly said that right now is the closest you will ever look at this ring. Because once you've bought it and you're wearing it, you don't look anymore anywhere near as closely. So for any car, you could try and detect the minutiae of the smallest scuff or something. But of course, as it was Richard, as Richard will tell you, he only had to drive
5 kilometers
meters down the road.
No, 5 kilometers.
Oh, 5Ks, sorry, 5Ks down the road before he completely destroyed one of his rims or his tires. And well, it was just a tire, wasn't it? Not the rim, just the tire.
Yeah, the rims.
He destroyed a tire by accident.
He's on drugs, but yeah.
So the chances of you being confronted with a car that is so bad that you wouldn't want it is these days is basically zero. It's
Yeah,
not
zero.
going to happen.
Okay.
We've had a Nigel, another Nigel. His car was actually dented and scratched in front of his very eyes. The only thing was he didn't actually know it was his car until some seconds later. And that's one extreme case. But Nhtsa came good and they completely fixed it and everything was great. But they also told him at the time it was perfectly okay for him not to accept the car right there and then. And they were happy for him not to do, to not accept it and to either get a substitute car or wait until that car was repaired. To his credit, he said, look, I'll just take it now and you guys can fix it later. So that's one extreme. But no, I seriously, I wouldn't, with these made in China cars, you're going to look at it with a critical eye, a reasonable eye, and go, this car is just awesome.
So, Russell, I think Harold's dead right in that I think you, like me, heard all the horror stories of the early cars that were built in California that were rushed across the line. And so those are the ones you hear about. You don't hear about all the good ones. And now that they're built in China, there's a distinct difference in the paintwork. So if the paintwork is one of the things that you're concerned about, I learned reasonably recently that the major difference between the made in China cars and the California cars is that in California, they have quite a strict environmental policy, which means that the paint thickness can only be a set number of microns thick by law. So they're measured and they're very thin. And the chemistry is slightly different. In China, they don't have that restriction. So the paint is actually quite a bit thicker in the made in China cars, and the chemistry is slightly different. So you'll notice, and I noticed it on the sills on the made in China car. There's actually almost like an extra layer, like a protective strip almost on the sill, which I don't think was on the Californian cars. But they seem to be quite a bit more resilient to stone chips. But yeah, mate, we've had all sorts of cars, BMWs and Mercedes, and I have to tell you, the build quality of this car, I think, surpasses any of those cars that we've ever had previously. So, mate, unless you're going to go looking for, you can find a fault on any car. I reckon you can find a fault on anything that's produced out of a factory. If you go looking for it, you might find something. And like Harold said, on the day that you pick it up is the closest you're ever going to look at it.
Yeah. I wasn't intending to be unreasonable.
I went looking, Rich, and I didn't find anything.
Yeah, I never intended to be unreasonable when I picked it up, but just more of like, hey guys, should look out for something that's common, or no, it should be fine.
100%.
Yeah,
100% understand what you're saying, and we had two issues with our car. There were two issues, and it was one of the rear tail lights was slightly misaligned, and when I say slightly, probably about a millimeter.
Oh, you mean with the one next to it when you run it across the flat edge?
Yeah, so between so the wing from the fitting that's in the rear wing and the light fitting that's in the lid, the boot lid, there was a minor difference. And I brought it up, and I think just to sort of, the guys went, no worries, we'll make a minor adjustment, and they did, and it's perfect.
Yeah.
And the other issue was the charge flap. So the flap that lifts up for your charge port, again, was slightly misaligned. That was actually probably 2 or 3 millimeters out. And I noticed it. Most people wouldn't notice it, but I noticed it. And again, within minutes it was fixed, and it was an easy fix. And
okay, so those things are adjustable. It's just they haven't been adjusted correctly.
100% adjustable. Yeah, even doors, mate. Like all the major panels, are doors, and your bonnet and your boot lid. All those things are very, very easily adjusted.
And the facilities there, they do it there and then.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Isn't there someone at the Nhtsa store in Osborne Park there that actually would do a QA on your vehicle before you pick it up and check for those things, or does it not happen like that?
Too busy, I think.
It depends.
Russell, what I'd do is if I was in your situation, you're picking it up next week, right?
Following week, yeah.
Following week, I'd get someone like Richard Cooper to come down with you. Take your granddad down with you, and so this is my and he would go over that car and he would find anything that was wrong. And
I'll tell you,
Richard, if you want,
28 modifications you haven't done yet.
Yeah. It comes
Yes,
to
he'll explain to you that there's something wrong with your screen. It's not moving properly.
he knows
And
the
there's only
car's-
one reverse light.
Yes, yes, that's it.
But guys, just Richard, to pick up on your point, what you said about the environmental laws in California, a big credit to the CEO of this company, i.e. Elon Musk. So this question was put to him in one of the interviews, and the commentator, the interviewer, suggested and said, look, is it because of the strict environmental law in California? And to his credit, now he could have just blamed it on the environmental laws, and that's, the whole Twitterverse, everyone on, YouTube, blah, blah, has been blaming it on that. And to his credit, and this tells you how honest he is, he said, no, look, the environmental laws, yes, they're more strict, but it's got nothing to do with them. It's all our fault. If
They're just not left long enough to cure.
Yeah.
Exactly. He said, if you want to get a good Tesla, you get it either right at the beginning of a new model release, or you wait until the ramp up has finished. It's during the ramp up that we have all the issues. This was an issue during the ramp up. We found out retrospectively, had we left the paint there to cure for an extra 30 seconds, it would have been brilliant. So he could have just blamed it on the environmental laws, and he didn't even have to blame it on the environmental laws. The case was already made. All the Tesla owners are already blamed it on. Yeah, he could have just gone, exactly. He could have just gone along with what was already the accepted truth at the time, but he didn't. And, all the credit to him for that. So, I knew to expect the paint not to be great, because I read up on all the forums and everything, and I knew, and I was looking at getting my whole car PPF'd because of that when it first came out, but I just got too swept up in the new car. I just couldn't imagine letting someone else have it for 2 or 3 days.
It was a killer, wasn't it? It was a killer.
So I never ended up.
I was gone for 4 days, and it was like,
yeah. So
very addictive.
But you know what, Russell? Just enjoy it.
Yeah,
because it's,
exactly.
Yeah, well, it's for my
No way
wife.
out.
The car's my wife, not for me. So I'm sure she'll enjoy it. Yeah.
But
You're a
just
great
have
man.
go
You're a
around
great
it
husband.
and
You're a
just
great
go and have a
husband.
coffee.
And one other thing also is, you mentioned that Sandy Munro episode, that was the first Model 3 teardown that I think he did, where he was fairly critical of it. He did a Model Y teardown subsequently, and he was just glowing praise as to how far Tesla had come.
Yeah, he's done two Model 3s. There was one in January this year as well, and he does comment on the paint is so much better. But even on that model, there was like a 1 mil to 5 mil gap on one side of the car. So I wasn't sure whether that was Chinese as well or not.
No, it's not Chinese.
No,
all those cars that Sandy has done are strictly Fremont cars.
Even the paint was good on that one. They must have, like you said, cured them better.
They have improved the paint, but the fit and finish is all to Fremont standards, which is actually an old manufacturing plant. It's got new equipment in it, but a lot of it's been adapted. Whereas the bigger Shanghai is a purpose-built. It's a much more linear layout. It's a long sort of layout, whereas Fremont is more tortuous. And it's been adapted as best Tesla can do. And in fact, one of their production lines is in a tent. Not that that's a bad thing, but they put it in a tent, basically. So the Shanghai factory is purpose built.
The other thing about Sandy Munro's, even when he tore down the first one, he thought the body in white was crap, but he was amazed by everything else.
Yes.
Like the electronics, the battery, he couldn't believe the circuit board. So it was only the body in white that was rubbish. He thought the rest of the car was amazing.
Yeah, I don't intend to tear this down when I'm inspecting it.
I can do that.
Give it a couple of weeks.
Just keep the car away from Richard.
He will pop off. He will pop your back bumper off in probably 10 seconds. Not even.
Hey, I'm doing that on a.
Put a tow bar on them.
I'm doing that on an Audi R8 at the moment. It's a bit more complicated than the Tesla. Let me tell you.
Yeah, okay. The thing that I will plan to do, I'm sure I can do this myself, is to put a power lift on the front so we can open and close it through a remote rather than having to like jam our hands on the bonnet.
Richard's done that with a foot remote control.
Yeah, I put a foot one on mine.
Ones I heard were a bit dangerous because they can be triggered when you're driving along and pop the bonnet in front of your face.
Not true. Not true.
Okay. Is that the hand show stuff you're talking about, or something?
Yeah. Both Richard and I've got the hand show, and no, that's first of all. Pretty much every modern car these days has a latch to prevent that from happening. So even if you were to accidentally open the boot while driving, and the Tesla doesn't let you do that anyway, but even if somehow you could, there's a safety latch as well, so the bonnet doesn't fly up.
Okay.
But no, you can't do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Awesome. Thanks.
And Richard knows how to do it. He'll show you how to do it.
It's quite simple.
He's very, very knowledgeable. He looks old, but he's very knowledgeable when it comes to mods.
He's got very dexterous hands. I was watching him in motion yesterday, and he was just flying through it. Took him less than 10 minutes. It was like he was a dentist in his previous life.
An ambidextrous dentist.
He's got the experience of someone who's the age of Yoda, but with the dexterity of Anakin.
One of the nicest people you'll ever meet, too, by the way.
Of Chewbacca. I've got the dexterity of Chewbacca.
Very nice gentleman.
The video seen of those installations seem pretty straightforward and something like it's pretty much achievable by someone with a bit of common sense, I guess you could say.
Absolutely.
It doesn't look like there's
That's why Jared hasn't done it, to be honest.
I'd get Richard doing it. Far too dangerous for me. Far too dangerous.
It's so easy.
I love you, really, Jared.
That's why I had Richard do my screen instead of me doing it myself.
Exactly. You get Richard. You want to do it, change anything, get Richard to do it. He's got the experience and the knowledge, no doubt about it.
I love doing this stuff. It's great.
Hey, Richard, do you charge by the hour or by the supercharge mile?
Yeah, I charge by the hour, don't I, Pete?
Absolutely, yeah. You wouldn't believe the bill. It would have been easy to get some dental work done. No, only kidding. Seriously,
I told Pete to piss off when he said he wanted to pay me for it.
Yeah, he was quite rude about it, actually.
Yeah, I was.
He almost got offended.
He does work.
So I tried to ask him 3 times what his poison is, and he still won't tell me.
Yeah, you can pay him in lemons.
So someone's got to find out what Richard drinks, and we've got to.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I'll make sure as a minimum I can at least join the Owners Association. I suppose that would probably be a start. I noticed there's also a national one as well. Is that affiliated with the West Australian one, or is that different?
That's some bullshit.
It's
cut your tongue out.
Yeah. So there's basically two versions of the club. There's TOCWA, which is the Tesla Owners Club of Western Australia. We have a direct relationship with Tesla, as do the other club, TOCA, which is the Tesla Owners Club of Australia. So they basically formed in the ACT back in 2016, and we formed in WA in 2017. So what Ask Us Anything is based around is TOCWA, the West Australian Club. And to join that, all you need to do is go to TOCWA, tocwa.org.au. In fact, if you just search on YouTube for TOCWA, where this video is, we've actually got in the description, we've got our website, our Twitter account, Facebook, blah, blah, Instagram. And also, just as a pro tip too, Russell, we've got, when you open YouTube, you can actually use YouTube to open other streaming services through your touchscreen, such as 7 Plus, 9 Now, 10 Play, ABC iView, Disney Plus, and others. So yeah, so anyway, our website's in the description, but it's just basically topway.org.au, and we charge a whole $20 per annum for full financial membership. And what that gets you is free access to all our loan adapters. So you've got charging cables, AC chargers, spare tires, tire kits.
Harold's credit card.
Sorry,
Harold's credit card. If you need a credit card number.
Yes, that's right. Well, actually, that guy. Well, the gentleman that rang me at the Geraldton Charger, he wasn't even a member yet, but he subsequently became one. So, and obviously, we've got the Ask Us Anything every week, but you don't need to be a member to be here. Anyone at all is welcome to come, as was Yvonne with an E, who hasn't even got a Tesla. We also have casual meetups once a month, or at a minimum. They're just the strictly casual meetups. It alternates between a Sunday lunchtime on one month, and then the next month it's a Wednesday evening, because different people in different stages of life have different lifestyles. So whether you got kids or whatever, sometimes the weekends are better. Sometimes the midweek evenings is better. And we've got other things like we have mine tours and other events that we do from time to time, such as the Mondo Nougat thing next week.
28th.
Sorry, 28th.
And we're bringing in the new stuff, Harold. The Ouija board night on Thursdays.
Well, we were going to have a talk around the clock, Nhtsa Owners Club around the clock, where we have a 24-hour telethon of this sort of content as high quality as it is.
Harold, that's happening end of September, isn't it?
I can't wait for this.
Don't we normally do that every Wednesday anyway?
Jared will be there.
Yes, but
I wouldn't miss it.
It'll be a swim through, so it'll be all the way through. We'll
that's end of September.
That's something that Damon would require. I think is that 48 half-hour slots to watch.
It's always very entertaining on Wednesday nights here, Russell. Very
But yeah, we're not just here for entertainment per se. We do have a good time.
If I do come for another one of these sessions, I might try and get my point across a little bit early in the conversation. Try and get my question in before everyone else starts.
100%.
Yes, and apologies. We were sort of distracted at the start, well, and rightly so, because of the Flashpoint thing on Channel 7, which was a big deal, and the recent developments. But ordinarily, we try to get in really early with questions. And again, like I said, we try and push the fact that do get your Synergy EV tariff, but you can't apply for it until you get your car rego. So you need your rego papers and your Synergy bill. So for instance, if the car is in your wife's name, but the power bill is in your name, what you can do is log on to Synergy and you do a Synergy My Account login thing they're going to register for, but you can also set her up as a account contact or secondary administrator or something of that account.
Sure. Yeah, it's in my name anyway, but yeah.
What the car is?
Oh yeah, well, all the regos for all our vehicles.
Okay, cool. In that case, it's easy. Yeah, so you just do it as yourself with your Synergy account. That's cool. But yeah, so we try and get as many facts at the start of the show. But like I said, obviously this time we were slightly diverted by this Flashpoint episode.
Yeah.
And something else I've got to try harder to impress on everyone that joins in is feel free just to pipe up and say something rather than worry about interrupting or whatever. This is not a structured sort of thing. It's completely unstructured and intentionally so. So we just ebb and flow with what people are talking about.
I mean, I didn't know how to iron until I watched Joe iron. No idea how to do the ironing, and now I watch Joe. And
it looks like Joe's doing the laundry.
He's doing the laundry. Does the laundry Wednesday nights.
We're doing hairdressing next week.
Next week we're doing Edwards.
Oh, that's really great. I really need that.
Harold's taking that one.
Thanks, Richard. I really
taught me how to iron.
No, that wasn't aimed at you, brother. That was aimed at Jared.
That's not wrong with my head.
Hey, Richard, that's when we do it with Jared. That's called gardening, mate.
Jared needs to stop poking his finger in PowerPoints.
Yeah, that's it.
Can I ask a question about other sort of semi-raised stuff? So in regards to, I guess, people who are active members of this group, are there affiliations with people that we want to support in terms of, like, I know, electrical services or buying things from, like, locally? Is there a list on the website of, like, who we should be supporting, who supports the club?
We do have a couple of sponsors, but what you can do is just, if you've, like, say if you want any suggestions as to, like, an electrician or anything, or tinting, PPF, and other things, you can just ask it here. And well, there's probably, well, Richard, have you had PPF?
Yeah, because I put a thing up on your Facebook page today, and I got some response, but the thing that I wasn't sure about was, hey, like, anyone can just join our page. I don't know if this guy's just some random guy who's just, like, you know, trolls people, and, you know, like, if there's some sort of reputable list of people that you could recommend that supported your club, that would be my first preference. I mean, the money's not really a thing. It's more like supporting the community and, like, who supports you.
So the way we did it, Russell, is by doing this and just getting to talk to people within the club. Probably is your best way. Is to just get some advice off people who are already doing it. You've got plenty of people at your disposal through the club, and through this sort of resource, and you'll just ultimately you need to make your own decision. So you'll have 50 people to tell you 20 different things, and from that information you'll make your own best decision. So we could have chosen 5 or 6 different installers for PPF on our car, and we just went with the one that felt right with us based on the advice that was given by different members within the group. And the same with solar.
Even tonight we were talking about insurance, and everyone talked about the other companies that they've gone with, and, you know, what sort of rates they're paying and what they should be paying. And so you sort of ask that question, you know, probably early in the part of the night to see what everyone's doing. It gives you a very good indication for further.
And most of the people within the group are pretty sort of current with what's going on in the, you know, areas that you're talking about, whether it's to do with suppliers of solar or car charging equipment, or whether it's paint protection, or, you know, advice on aftermarket things for your car, whatever it is. Most of the people within the group kind of have an understanding of what's good and what's not good. And so you're likely, the advice you're going to get, mate, is usually pretty good stuff. So
fantastic.
And
probably the only thing I would probably advise against is that on Facebook I've noticed there's a few Tesla Model 3 clubs, random ones, from all around the country, and you never really know who's saying what. So I would maybe steer clear from advice there. If you stick to local things, then you'll probably be better off.
Yeah, so it's probably worth saying that the Facebook group on the Tokwa is private, so you tend not to get a lot of spam in there. And generally speaking, well, of course, the rules are that people are not posting things that are outwardly commercial, although you do get people recommending certain services and so on. So it's a good place to be, essentially.
You were the chap earlier today asking about charging, is that right? Home charging?
Yeah, I've got a 3-phase with 10 kilowatts on my roof and 15 in battery, and I'm just looking to get a charger essentially put in. So that was
yeah, I saw some of those comments. They all look perfectly reasonable.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you.
So what did you end up going with? Just putting a Tesla charger on?
No, well, I think I'm going to go for the there's another one, like a smarter sort of version. Zippy, I think it's called. Was that right? Zappy, sorry.
Oh, Zappy. Yeah.
Well, Richard just put one on today. There you go. Well, he didn't do it
Have
himself.
you got solar, Russell?
And
yeah, I've got 10 on the roof and 15 in battery.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah, and your car will be at home during the daytime, generally?
No, it won't be at home during the day. My wife will be driving it to work.
So you've changed your plan, power plan to A1?
I know, because I haven't got a car yet, so it doesn't
No.
arrive until.
So,
You got a battery.
So Zappy's not really going to help you.
So Russell, to be honest, because you probably would have gotten a quote to buy a Zappy, and well, if you've got 10 kilowatts, you've probably got. Have you got 3-phase?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think a 3-phase Zappy from memory is about $2,500.
Rich?
Yeah, it's a lot more than the single phase. Yeah.
It is about 2.5, just over, I think.
So
we've got the hub as well, so we've got full kind of
that's what I was looking for. Yeah.
So Russell, in your case, if your car is not going to be living at home during the daytime for any reasonable time, putting aside your battery storage, because how many kilowatts hours is that?
15.
Yeah, that's nothing. So your house will happily burn through that overnight, in summer or winter.
Yeah.
If your car's not at home, then the idea of the Zappy is to prevent surplus solar from leaving your house and going into the grid. It instead diverts it to your car. But if your car's not living at home during the daytime, of course, it's not there to suck up that energy. Now, when you think about the investment that you're making, say, the Zappy at $2,500, you're basically prepaying $2,500 worth of electricity that you intend on getting back from your solar panels during the daytime, sometime into the future. Now, if your car doesn't live at home much during the daytime, that payback period could extend out to many, many years before you ever divert enough solar power into the car.
Okay.
So
Probably decades, to be honest.
yes. So in your case, now I know Richard and Lindsay are in a different situation where their car absolutely often does live at home in long stretches of days during the daytime. And that's the perfect situation to divert your solar into the car. That's a perfect use case. But if the car's not home, you can't do it.
Okay.
What might be a better idea is, rather than rushing in and getting a charger immediately, is give it a bit more thought. The great news is the car comes with a 10 amp plug, which you can just plug into any power point. And even as briefly as just overnight, your car will recover at least 120 kilometers of range just overnight.
Yeah.
Harold, on that one, what you just said, that's what we were doing while we were waiting for our stuff.
And you were doing the hard
based on
yards.
your
You're
advice-
doing 180 Ks return trip. That's
yeah.
So,
but we did what you said, which was to change the outlet to a 15 amp outlet,
Oh,
and
yes.
then run the bigger tail.
Yep.
But we've only got like I think Andy, I think he's still here. He's actually got a 15 amp tail, I think. For whatever reason, ours is only a 12 amp tail, the bigger one.
Yes.
But it actually increased our charge to. We were doing 9 kilometers an hour on the small one. When we switched it over, it was giving us 17.
Okay.
So
all
just
the
overnight, every hour we're getting 17 extra Ks.
So all the outlets in my garage are already 15 amp already. So
Awesome.
can I buy?
No, it comes with it. The car gets it. You get two tails. You get a 10 amp and you get a 15.
Oh, okay. All right.
So you get two.
And if he's got
I'd run with
phase,
that for the first few days or week.
He's got 3 phase. He just buys a 3-phase tail, plugs that into the UMC, and he'll get 7 kilowatts. Is that correct, Harold?
You can, yes.
Right.
If you get a 32 amp 3-phase socket, but you only need to actually, in this case, if you're going to do that, you can buy what's called a 32 amp tail for your UMC on AliExpress and other websites, eBay, whatever, for about $160 that you can plug into your UMC. UMC standing for Universal Mobile Connector. It's like the portable charger that comes free with the car.
Yeah.
If you plug that in, it will allow your car to draw 32 amps single phase, but it does so from a 32 amp 3-phase socket.
Okay.
But you don't need to get your electrician to connect the other phases because that costs more money, because there's technical reasons. You need to have a residual current device, an RCD, and a circuit breaker. Three-phase
isolator.
No, it's not an isolator. It has to be a circuit breaker and a RCD. So it's called an RCBO. It's a residual current breaker with overload. And that's significantly dearer to install as three-phase than it is single-phase.
Okay.
But putting that aside, even if you just, at the moment, if you've got 15 amp power points, you plug your 15 amp tail, you'll get about 200 kilometers of range overnight, which, you know, unless you...
How far are you driving each day, Richard?
Oh, it's his wife's car, so
she's probably doing like 50 k's a day.
Oh,
yeah,
easy,
sweet.
You basically don't have to do anything else but just use your UMC.
Okay.
The only inconvenience is that if you wanted to go on like a road trip or on any trip for that matter, you need to remember to bring your UMC with you, because otherwise it'll be plugged in to your house and the other end of it will be laying on the floor of the garage.
I can just
The
buy
only
another one though, right?
inconvenience
Buy
is...
two or not?
Sorry?
Buy a second one, leave it in the car, or?
No, it's too expensive, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
A UMC is $880, I think, off from memory.
You'll just get into the habit of putting it back in your car.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you'll forget when you go on that road trip. So I bought one, leave it in the car. Harold will sell you one. He's got one. No, I bought a lead off Harold and a UMC. Perfect.
What you spoke before about, Harold, about the how I can potentially get more from my current situation, is that documented somewhere, or is that just you being clever and knowing that sort of works?
Oh no. Oh, you mean for these 32 amp tail?
Yeah, so if I had to explain that to my electrician and say, hey, this is what I want.
Oh yes, so it's definitely, and I've confirmed this. I mean, I already knew this. I'm only an engineer, so I'm not an electrician, but I have confirmed this, and I've actually got a copy of the AS3000, which I bought.
Right.
Wiring rules. It is permissible to connect a 32 amp three-phase Clipsal 56 series socket. You can connect it. You can connect just one phase to it. It's permitted.
Okay.
So there's nothing in the wiring rules that says you have to connect all three phases.
Yeah, that sounds like a far cheaper option than putting in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you can buy a three-phase RCBO that's a 4 DIN width, which is quite compact. I think Hager do it, and it's in the high $200 wholesale just for the RCBO.
Okay.
And you've got to have the space in your meter box.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you don't, then you've got to get a sub board, and that costs more money because you need an isolation switch, blah de blah. You know, or not isolate. You need a circuit breaker and other stuff.
Okay.
And I think the other thing as well, Russell, you'll probably go through is a bit of concern about whether you're going to get enough charge every day to do what you need to do. And if you're only doing 50, let's say worst case, let's say you're doing 100 k's a day. We survived on just the UMC in the back of our car with Lindsay doing 200 k's a day every day. So, and you know, she'd come home at night time, we'd just plug it into the house like a toaster and wake up in the morning and she's good to go again. So I like the guys are saying, you've got plenty of time. There's no need to get all this new fancy stuff straight away. You can spend the first week or two just using what comes with a car. You'll get plenty of range with what you're doing. Bank on using more than 50k certainly to start with, because it's your new car, and I guarantee you're going to be driving.
All your mates that want to have a go.
Well, you'll be driving it more than 50k.
And don't forget a ticket at work, so that's going to be exciting the first week.
And it's the way you drive it as well. So the way you drive it, you'll be using a slightly more power than you would otherwise.
What are you getting? Russell, what model are you getting?
Model 3 long range.
Long range.
So, Russell, I'll tell you a little story. I usually charge my car up, but one day I was down to like 30% or something, or 20%. And I was Struth, I had to go do 200 kilometers. So I just went down to the RAC, which is 5 minutes from me in town, plugged it in for 15 minutes and I was good to go. Cost me $6 or $8 or something, who cares? But there are those options on those odd times where I just don't have enough charge. Nowadays, you just go to a supercharger. So
yeah, and realistically, if we're going to be going somewhere of that substantial distance, there's going to be a bit of planning involved. Not which kind of decide one day we're going to go to, I don't know, Esperance just for the hell of it. It's probably going to be leading up to it. So I guess my want to get something like this was just because somewhat of the cool factor of being able to like monitor how much is going into it and see how much electricity you've like consumed on your car through the like whole process as well. And
well, you got that on your Tesla app, mate.
So have you changed your plan, Russell? Have you seen the other plans that are out there now? You've got a battery. So do you realise that there's a tariff that you go to?
Yeah, the battery one. Yeah, the different plan for that. Yeah, that's all been sorted.
And you bought the power after 9 o'clock at night for half the price of what people are paying for.
Yeah. I recently upgraded my system. I wasn't even aware that you could have more than 6.8 on the roof once you put a battery.
I've got 15 on my roof, and I've got three Tesla batteries.
Okay.
In my house, and
I couldn't really fit anymore. The biggest problem I had was that because the battery I've got to Type 2, I needed a bollard protection from it, where the Tesla ones you can mount quite nicely on the wall beside like long ways. Because mine's a separate battery, the requirements for Australian standards are quite more, I guess, intense.
Yeah, you just buy the really expensive pieces of metal that join the three batteries together. That are about the price of a Tesla door. So
yeah,
they're very expensive. But yeah, they're good. But yeah, I didn't know about the meter, the tariff until Pete told me about it on this channel 3 months ago. I didn't know that I could buy power at 15 cents. After 9 o'clock at night. And in winter, when there's no sun and there's no solar happening, really, my Tesla automatically just loads up power between 9 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the morning and buys it at 15 cents and loads the battery up. So it gets me through the day, it gets me through the day and gets me through that peak period 3 till 9 and then starts off again. So
yeah. Has anyone ever put like in a urban residential environment? I mean, I know in the country they've probably done it, but has anyone ever put a wind turbine at their place, or is solar pretty much the go for residential areas?
Harold's got a windmill at his house. It's a clog Dutch windmill that he makes bread every morning with his clog feet. Harold, is that right?
Harold, you really need to stop smoking, mate.
That's a windmill. Hang on, where am I going? Where's my?
No, that's a Tesla.
That's
Shane.
a windmill.
Oh yeah, no,
that's
a windmill too.
There's a windmill. There's a Tesla. A wind resource, and I've done the actual numbers on this. The wind resource is basically shit. It's not reliable enough. At the base of that windmill, the windmill's was a functioning windmill until the last big storm that broke it. But at the bottom of the windmill is over there. There's a solar panel and a battery and a charge controller and electric pump. And guess what? It pumps a buttload more water than the windmill ever did.
There you go.
The wind resource just isn't there.
Yeah, but is that a windmill or like a wind turbine? Which is
no, it's a windmill, as in a pumping. They call it a I don't know. It's the old style,
Yeah, you can get like vertically actuated one now for smaller areas where it's like a conical sort of thing.
Yeah, and I did the numbers on those as well, and the wind resource just it was way cheaper to put in more panels.
Okay.
Pete, have you done any of the windmills?
No, but Shane's right. All else remaining equal, solar PV will just be much more cost effective than wind, and much more reliable, because obviously the sun gets up every morning and goes to bed every night at fairly predictable times. Even, and you might get some overcast or what have you, but as you know, your solar panels still produce power. Even, they work on light rather than sunshine. But if you are looking at putting a wind turbine in, whether it's the vertical or the horizontal one or what have you, one bit of advice is definitely invest in a wind resource study. So because the wind can be, even just moving the turbine 5 or 6 meters can make a huge difference, especially in an urban environment where the wind is channeled, through different buildings, etc. The other thing that you might find a little bit of a hassle is getting approval for it. So the councils are much more reticent to approve a wind turbine than they are with PV. And that's because apparently, and the horizontal ones, they're pretty much almost, you can barely hear them, but there's still that perception by councils that neighbours may complain about the noise or the aesthetics or what have you. So yeah, definitely invest in a wind resource study, and that will probably be worth the money. And you look, the outcome might be that it's not economic, but at least and then you might think, okay, well, at least it saved the money, save you some money putting the turbine in. If it comes out and says that, your whole block is pretty much perfect for wind, you might think, oh, well, I've just wasted my money on that study. But at least you would have had peace of mind of knowing that your turbine's in the right spot on the property. So
yeah, okay, yeah, thanks. I think it more comes down to like if I've got the ability to do this sort of thing, and like neighbours might complain about it, but I mean, I'm complaining about the shit coming out of the power station. So I mean, like, which side of the argument are you sort of on? If I have the resources to make a difference, that's what I'm trying to do, I suppose, rather than just trying to make the economic decision. It's more think of the kid's future decision. That's what I'm sort of all about at the moment.
Absolutely.
Yeah, excellent. If that's the case, if economic is not the prime driver, then absolutely go for it.
Yeah, okay.
Richard,
Time to
Russell,
go.
sorry, when I went through that calculation myself, I
Richard.
came to the conclusion that don't spend the money on wind turbines, spend the money on more batteries.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. Yep.
Batteries is the way to go. Definitely.
Yeah.
But it's very cool to have a wind turbine as well. And it's very cool. I'm not speaking from experience because I don't have one, but, I've seen them installed and seen some figures around them, and it's very cool to be able to get renewable energy at 4 o'clock in the morning, recharging your battery when you'd never expect it. So
okay.
It's very, very cool. It just simply isn't enough.
No, and it's not economic, and it's very expensive, but it is cool.
Really big windmills, but you might have a problem with one of those.
Yeah. I'll do some more. I haven't really, honestly, I haven't looked a huge amount into it. I just thought, probably a good place to ask. So yeah, I'll do some looking around.
I went right down that rabbit hole, mate. I went a long way down that rabbit hole, and because I was thinking, I'm up in the hills, we get massive easterlies. I thought easterlies, 2 or 3 in the morning, that's when they come. That's when I want to charge my car. That's fantastic. Let's do that. It just did not stack up, not even close.
Okay.
Batteries.
If you don't mind me asking, what area in Perth are you based?
I'm in Belia. So sort of like if you go down the freeway south, you get off at Armidale Road and head towards the coast.
Yeah. The only reason I ask is there's a couple of charges on the ChargeFox network that are free charges as well.
Yeah, at the Coburn area, there's a free one down there. I've registered for that through UWA already, but they won't activate it until I have a registration number. So hopefully that gets sorted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess driving there just to charge it, and that sort of defeats the object of what I'm trying to do, I suppose, in a way.
Yeah.
Do it while you go shopping at a shopping centre.
Yeah.
That's right. You just do opportunistic charging. If you're going to go there anyway, just plug in.
We actually had a great opportunistic one. It's worth sharing this one. I think I put it on Plug Share as well, but we went to Watertown in the city. I think it used to be called Harbour Town or something. Lindsay goes there to buy shoes all the time. Anyway, another story. With just up the road, about 2 streets away, is the Seabourn Hotel, and we gave them a ring because we got there. We'd actually done a lot more driving that day than we expected. And we got there and thought, well, we could do with a bit of juice. And the nearest one was actually the Seabull. So we rang them up and they said, yeah, come on in. Half expecting to have to pay for the parking and charging. And it was all completely free. And
Wow.
they just they said, just ring the buzzer when you get here. Just come on in. It's secure parking. A Tesla high-power wall charger, plugged it in. And yeah, it was all good. And all that they asked, which is fair enough, is just monitor the app. And when it looks like you're nearing your charge, then come back to the car and move it for somebody else. But yeah,
Can't ask for any more than that.
So mate, it's like where else can you go with a nice car? You go shopping for the day and you walk out with more fuel and free parking.
So where was that, Rich?
As well, there's places.
That was the Seabull Hotel, Harold, which is about 2 streets up from Watertown. So I can't remember the name of the bloody road.
There's also the Crown Hotel in Riverside Drive that you can just drive into and go around the back. There's a parking spot at the back, and there's 2 Tesla chargers that are free.
Oh, is there?
And you sit there and watch a bit of Netflix while you charge up, and then away you go. And then you
or play backgammon.
Or play backgammon like my wife wanted to do and wouldn't let me go until she finished the game. That's another story. But yeah, but yeah, that's great. Or you could go to the Firehouse restaurant, which I thought was supposed to be crap, but we went there and had dinner. It was fantastic. And you plugged the car in and had charged up the whole car while you're having.
Where's that one, mate? Where's that?
Belmont in the on Great Eastern Highway.
Okay.
And that's there we go. Harold's on already.
Oh, that's just the Seagull. Sorry, that's.
Oh yeah, that's it, mate.
That's the one that you're talking about, just on Murray Street.
Yeah.
There's also a charger at Council House. It's not a.
In fact, that's my car there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
The Poverty Pearl White.
Is there a rule that you have to get custom plates? Because I mean, I don't.
Yes,
not really
100%.
It's
You're not allowed in if you don't get them, mate.
I come up with some good ones. I don't know what I want to talk about publicly because they might take them, but I'm happy to.
Just get Harold to pause the recording.
There was only 12 views. There was only 12 views in the last video, so it's probably not going to go too far from the look of it.
Well, put it this way: all you need to do is go onto the number plate, WA Transport Department, and just put them in.
Yeah, no, I have. That's what I mean. So I've got some ideas. Yeah. If you want to pause, I can tell you if you like, or you can record. Everyone can know. Some of them are quite out there.
No, don't record it.
Okay, hang on 2 seconds.
Here we go again.
And welcome back, Damon and everyone else in YouTube land. Cybertruck, you were asking Rich. Oh, towing.
Yeah, because there was some mention if they could get the payload to a number, then they wouldn't qualify for luxury car tax.
It's not towing; it's actually the payload. So, I think at the moment to have it exempt of luxury car tax, I think there's a ruling that says the vehicle must be able to carry 2 tons of payload
commercial
on itself, not towing it, but carrying it. And I know the Cybertruck was definitely 1.5 tons in the tray, but I guess it depends on can you hold anything else in, say, the back seats that aren't passengers or so actually no, that can't be right either, because the way they do it is we just don't know, Rich. It's sort of touch and go.
The payload is just the bed, isn't it?
No, it can be total. It can be anything with a passenger.
It can be on the roof racks.
Yes, exactly. So, at first there was a formula that said that you just multiply the number of seats by 80 kilograms. So Cybertruck has 6 seats, so that's 480 kilos. And the other part of the formula was as long as it could carry more than that. In other words, more than 50% of the total load was made up of cargo and not passengers, then it would be exempt of luxury car tax. But then I've done a bit more digging and they seem to have this clause that says that regardless of that fact, it also has to be able to carry 2 tons. So I guess your big Suburbans or whatever can do that, or your big Rams or whatever.
F-150s.
F-150. No, I don't think F-150 can do 2 tons in a tray.
Yeah.
I know the F-350 certainly could, but I don't know about the F-150.
But I'd be surprised, knowing how the Cybertruck's going to be constructed, I'd be amazed if it wouldn't take that load.
Oh, no, it's actually on the website. So I thought it had specs that, or was it in the presentation, which I should remember because I was there, but it was all a bit of a blur.
It is midnight.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
We've broken the record.
I think we have, but poor old Damon's going, well, why are they skiting about such a long session when we've only recorded for 2.5 hours?
Yeah. Are you still there, Andy?
Storage.
Andy, come in, Andy. He's still there.
Is he still there?
They don't
Trying to
have
top
it.
up his whiskey.
I was trying to find it. Did either any of you guys notice the bonnet on? What the hell? That's the bonnet on his car. Has he got an oversized Tesla sticker on it?
Sorry, guys, still here. I've been sent for the gin and tonic.
Oh, okay. Is that an oversized Tesla sticker you've got on your bonnet? Or is it just the angle of the camera?
It's just the angle of the camera.
That's a picture of the game.
Yeah.
The what?
Isn't it a picture of the car in the game? Inside the
on
car?
the bonnet of his car in the background of his.
Oh, it's a badge, isn't it?
Andy, put your video back on.
I think it was a screenshot of the game inside the car.
You guys,
is it?
special bloody.
All right, guys, I've got to go. I've got to wake up in 4 hours for work. So
Yeah.
Good job,
thank you for
Russell.
having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Russell,
Thanks.
enjoy your
Thanks,
car, mate.
Russell.
You'll love
Welcome
it.
back anytime at all.
Thank you.
Good job, mate.
So,
See you, Russell.
Yeah. I think
Yeah, on the bonnet of-
we got Andy's. That's not even a Tesla. What is that? It's a
barbecue. It's a Weber barbecue with legs.
Game, yeah.
Oh, it's not a real car.
It's the Tesla game in the car.
Yeah, it's Beach Boogie.
Oh, yeah.
Beach
I thought
Boogie
it was
Racing.
your car.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, evening, gents. I'll
Yes,
see
I
you
think
at Mondo. Whoever's going to Mondo.
yes.
Yeah.
Get some nougat. Yeah, on that note, it might be a good time to wrap this up. To all our YouTube friends, please like and subscribe if you haven't already, and hit the notification bell. And as Nigel would say, follow us on Patreon or support us on Patreon. That's probably patreon.com/Tokwa, I guess. Sometime in the future it might be. And yeah, everyone here, thanks a lot for coming. It's been a long session and enjoyable as always. And yes, I do look forward to the talk around the clock one day. We will do it. Definitely. If we have to do it in shifts, we'll have a roster. But thanks everyone. And yeah, once again, Pete, great job on Flashpoint. You made all the right points, and that was awesome. And
thank you, Harold.
It's all good. And yeah, to everyone here, thanks for coming in. Take care of yourselves. Look forward to seeing you next week. Take care and drive safe. Have a good night, everyone.
See you soon.
Good night.
See you, peoples.
Bye.